Hey guys, welcome back to Cyber Platter. This is a full course on cybersecurity. This is going to be almost a 5-hour video. We will start with talking about what is cybersecurity, why is it important, where is it applied. Then we'll see a couple of frameworks that explains how the attacks work, what are the general steps followed by the attackers, and then we will talk about different types of attacks and try to explain them, at least the most common ones. And then we'll talk about security measures, control strategies like identity and access management, incident response, security operations center, cryptography, threat intelligence, sandboxing, different kinds of security tools like SIM, IDS, IPS, firewalls. I will try to cover most of the important concepts that a cybersecurity professional should know. But of course, cybersecurity is so huge that it cannot be possible in one video. So I will add more videos to this series. And anything in this video that you don't understand, suppose say I'm talking about incident response and you don't understand it very well and you think it is very briefly explained here, most probably there'll be another video where I have explained everything in depth. So you search for cyber platter and incident response in YouTube, the video should pop up. If you don't, leave a comment and I will try to find the link for you. Or if there is no video on that topic, I will try to make one. So please leave the feedback in the comment section. So let's start now. Think of cybersecurity as a way to protect your digital life from bad guys. These bad guys may want to mess with your computer, steal your information, or cause trouble online. It's like, having a virtual bodyguard for your devices and personal data. So, cybersecurity refers to the practice of protecting computer systems, networks, programs, applications, and data from digital attacks, damage, theft, and unauthorized access. It involves implementing security measures to ensure confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information in the digital realm. We will talk about these terms in a minute. There are many reasons why cybersecurity is crucial. Let's see some of the key reasons why cybersecurity is important. First key reason, protection of sensitive data. Like, for example, safeguarding personal information such as your social security numbers, addresses, and credit card details. This prevents unauthorized access and misuse by cyber criminals. So if you don't understand any word when I'm explaining something, don't worry about it right now because most likely I will explain it in depth later on in this video. Next, prevention of financial loss. Effective cybersecurity measures can prevent financial losses resulting from activities like fraud, unauthorized transactions, or ransomware attacks demanding payment for data decryption. Next, preservation of reputation. A high profile data breach can tarnish the reputation of a company, leading to customer distrust and potential loss of business. For instance, the Equifax data breach in 2017 exposed sensitive information of millions of people, impacting the company's reputation. Next, continuity of operations. Cyber attacks such as distributed denial of service, DDoS attacks, we will explain this later what it is, can disrupt online services, causing downtime and financial losses. Cybersecurity measures help maintain the continuity of business operations. Next, national security. State-sponsored cyber attacks like those targeting critical infrastructure or government systems can have severe consequences on a national security. Like, for example, the Stuxnet worm was allegedly developed to disrupt Iran's nuclear program. Next, prevention of identity theft. Cybersecurity measures, including strong authentication and encryption, protect against identity theft. A data breach at a credit bureau like the one at Experian in 2015 can expose individuals to identity theft risks. Next, protection of intellectual property. Companies invest in research and development, and cybersecurity safeguards intellectual property from theft. Next, mitigation of legal consequences. Failure to protect customer data can lead to legal consequences. The GDPR, that is the General Data Protection Regulation, imposes fines for data breaches, as demonstrated by the hefty penalties faced by companies like British Airways and Merit International. So, there are many laws and regulations that that mandate the protection of customer data. If you don't protect customer data at a good level, and if there is a data breach, then these regulatory bodies can impose fine on you. Next, defense against cyber threats. Cyber threats such as phishing attacks, we will discuss all of these attacks in depth later. Malware infections and ransomware incidents constantly evolve. Cybersecurity measures provide a defense against these threats, preventing unauthorized access and data compromise. Next, identity theft. Cybersecurity protects individuals from identity theft, where attackers use stolen personal information to open fraudulent accounts, make unauthorized purchases, or commit other forms of financial fraud. So, in summary, cybersecurity is crucial for safeguarding individuals, businesses, and nations from a wide range of cyber threats, preventing financial losses, protecting sensitive information, and maintaining the integrity and reliability of digital systems. A few minutes back, I mentioned that security measures that a cybersecurity make sure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data is intact. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability are three key principles of security, commonly known as the CIA triad. They form the foundation for designing and implementing effective cybersecurity measures. Let's look at confidentiality first. Confidentiality ensures that information is only accessible to authorized individuals and remains protected from unauthorized access. For example, when you log into your email account, the confidentiality of your messages is maintained. That is, only you with the correct username and passwords have access to the contents of your emails. Authorized individuals are those who have the legitimate right or permission to access specific information systems or resources. Like, for example, in a corporate setting, employees with different departments may have different levels of authorization to access files and information. Like, for example, if you take an HR manager, they are authorized to access and modify employee records, payroll information, and benefit details, but are not authorized to access financial records or proprietary information from other departments. And then we have finance department employees. These guys are authorized to access financial records, budgetary information, and expense reports, but not authorized to see confidential HR files or customer data from other departments. Next, maybe there is an IT admin. They are authorized to access and manage organizations' IT infrastructure, including servers, network configurations, and user accounts, but they are not authorized to access sensitive financial data or HR records. Next key principle of security is integrity. This ensures the accuracy and reliability of information. It involves protecting data from unauthorized alterations or modifications. Like, for example, consider a financial database storing transaction records. Integrity ensures that the data remains unchanged and accurate. Unauthorized changes, such as altering transaction amounts, are prevented to maintain the reliability of financial information. Next key principle is availability. This ensures that the information and resources are accessible and usable when needed by authorized users. A very common example is a website's availability. When you visit a website, you expect it to be accessible and responsive. A DDoS attack, that is distributed denial of service attack, can overwhelm a website with traffic, aiming to compromise its availability by making it inaccessible to users. The opposite of CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, is DAD, that is disclosure, alteration, and destruction. So, destruction is the unauthorized exposure or release of sensitive information to individuals, entities, or processes, and disclosure compromises confidentiality. Alteration is the unauthorized modification or manipulation of data or information, either intentionally or unintentionally, which compromises the integrity of the data. Next, destruction. This is unauthorized removal, deletion, or elimination of data, making the data unusable or irretrievable. This compromises the availability of the information. I said that CIA are the three main key principles of information security. With this, there is something also called as non-repudiation. Non-repudiation is like having a digital proof. Digital proof that someone can't later deny doing something. It ensures that once you say or sign something digitally, you cannot go back and say, I did not do it. Like, for example, imagine that you ordered a package online and the delivery person needs you to sign for it. So you sign on a digital pad and the delivery person provides you the receipt. Later, you cannot claim that you did not receive the package because your signature on the receipt is proof. Similarly, the delivery person cannot say that they did not deliver it because your signature on the receipt proves they did. So, non repudiation is like a digital signature on important actions or agreements, making it hard for anyone involved to deny their part later on. Non repudiation is particularly crucial in legal and financial contexts. Usually, non repudiation is achieved using digital signatures. We will discuss about digital signatures in some time, okay? Not now. Another concept that I wanted to mention is authenticity. This refers to the assurance that a message, data, or communication is genuine and actually originates from the claimed source. So it confirms that something is what it claims to be. It involves ensuring authenticity, typically involves mechanisms such as digital signatures, certificates, and cryptographic protocols. We'll discuss all of these later. For example, when you receive an email and this has, say, digital signatures from someone you trust, it verifies that the email indeed came from the person and hasn't been tampered with. Suppose, say, you receive an email with a digital signature from someone you trust. It verifies that the email indeed came from that person and hasn't been tampered with during transmission. So authenticity is like a stamp of approval that confirms something is real and came from who you think it came from. So it says the message is real, it's not tampered with, and it came from the person that you thought is sending it. Like, for example, when you receive a letter with your friend's handwriting and signature, you can be confident it's real. Like, for example, when you receive a letter from your friend's handwriting and signature, you can be confident it's really from them. Now, let's look at some of the common terminologies in cybersecurity. First, threat. This is anything that can potentially harm or compromise a system or its assets. Like, for example, malware, phishing attacks, natural disasters, or insider threats. Next terminology is vulnerability. This is a weakness or a gap in a system security that can be exploited by threats. Like for example, unpatched software, misconfigured settings, or weak passwords. Next terminology is risk. This is the potential for loss or harm resulting from the exploitation of vulnerabilities by threats. Example, the risk of a data breach due to vulnerabilities in a web application. Next terminology is attack. It is an intentional action or series of actions that exploit vulnerabilities. For example, a hacker attempting to gain unauthorized access to a network. Next one is exploit. This is a specific technique or mechanism used by attackers to take advantage of vulnerabilities. For example, using a software bug to execute malicious code and gain control of a system. Next is attack vector. This is the path or means by which an attacker gains access to a system. Like for example, phishing emails containing malicious links as an attack vector to compromise user credentials. Next is threat agent. This is an entity or factor that carries out an attack or exploits vulnerabilities, like for example, hackers, disgruntled employees, or malware creators. Next terminology is attack surface. This is the sum of all potential vulnerabilities and entry points in a system that could be exploited. Example, a web application with open ports, exposed APIs, and weak authentication mechanisms increases its attack surface. Next terminology is mitigation. These are strategies and measures to reduce the impact or likelihood of potential risks and vulnerabilities. Examples include regularly applying security patches, implementing firewalls, or conducting employee security awareness training. Next terminology is risk assessment. This is the process of identifying, analyzing, and evaluating potential risks and vulnerabilities to determine their impact. Like, for example, assessing the risks associated with a new software development, considering potential security weaknesses and their consequences. So, these are some of the terminologies in cybersecurity. We will talk about them in depth as we go on in the video. Before going to the types of attacks, let's see two frameworks called MITRE attack and cyber kill chain. So these frameworks are used in cybersecurity to understand and categorize cyber threats and attacks. MITRE attack. MITRE attack is a framework developed by the MITRE Corporation, and it provides a structured and comprehensive understanding of adversary behaviors observed in cyber attacks. Adversaries are also known as threat actors or attackers. They refer to an individual, group, or organization that seeks to compromise the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of computer systems, networks, or data for malicious purposes. So, MITRE attack provides a structured and comprehensive understanding of threat actors or adversaries' behavior. So it provides a standardized taxonomy that categorizes and describes TTPs used by cyber adversaries during different stages of an attack. TTPs stands for tactics, techniques, and procedures. So attack in MITRE attack stands for adversarial tactics, techniques, and common knowledge. Adversarial is threat actors or attackers, tactics, techniques, and common knowledge. Tactics represent the high level objectives that adversaries aim to achieve during a cyber attack. These objectives cover various stages of attack lifecycle from initial reconnaissance to data exfiltration. Examples of tactics include initial access, execution, persistence, privilege escalation, defense evasion, and impact. We will talk about in depth about these tactics later. Next is techniques. Techniques are specific methods or actions that adversaries use to accomplish their objectives within each tactic. Each technique represents a more granular step or procedure that is seen in real world cyber attacks. So, if you search for just MITRE attack, or if you go to attack.mitre.org, it will give you the actual tactics and techniques. So it provides a detailed catalog of techniques under each tactic. So I hope you can see it now. I've zoomed it. So resource development is a tactic. Under that we have its own techniques. And if you click on these, you can actually see what is resource development, what are the techniques, what are the sub techniques. And if you want more information, you can go to that and it tells you what is acquire accesses. So it's a very detailed documentation. And common knowledge refers to the collective understanding and awareness of the tactics, techniques, and procedures, that is TTPs, commonly used by cyber adversaries. It includes the shared knowledge and insights gained from analyzing real world cyber attacks, threat intelligence reports, incident response activities, and security research. Under techniques, there are sub techniques. So, some techniques have sub techniques which further break down the specific variations or nuances of a technique. They provide additional detail and specificity for understanding adversary behavior in different contexts or scenarios. So if you go back to attack.mitre.org, here you can say show sub techniques. Then if you see this under reconnaissance, active scanning is the technique. Under active scanning, you have scanning IP blocks, vulnerability scanning, wordless scanning. These are the sub techniques under active scanning technique. So if you go to scanning IP block, it gives you the details, procedure examples, how to mitigate this, how to detect it, all the details. And then you have matrices. So MITRE attack provides matrices that map tactics, techniques, and sub techniques to different platforms and environments such as Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and cloud services. This allows organizations to tailor their defensive strategies based on the specific technologies they use and the threats they face. Now let's see, why do we need this MITRE attack framework, that is use cases of MITRE attack. It can be used for various purposes, like for example threat intelligence analysis, red teaming, purple teaming, and incident response. It serves as a valuable source for organizations to understand the potential attack vectors and evaluate their defensive posture and improve their resilience against cyber attacks. So, MITRE attack is widely used by cybersecurity professionals, threat intelligence analysts, incident responders, and security researchers to better understand adversary behavior and then assess organizational risk and enhance cybersecurity defenses. It provides a common language and taxonomy for describing and categorizing cyber threats, facilitating collaboration, information sharing, and collective defense efforts within the cybersecurity community. Now let's talk about the tactics of MITRE attack, that is reconnaissance, resource development, initial access, many more. There are 14 tactics. Let's see what are those. First one is reconnaissance. This tactic involves gathering information about the target environment to identify potential vulnerabilities and opportunities for exploitation. Adversaries may conduct reconnaissance activities like scanning or use publicly available data, like looking at social media, LinkedIn, Wikipedia, or organizations post job opportunities. There you can find details. So these activities help them understand the organization's infrastructure, employees, network topology, and security posture. Next tactic is resource development. This includes acquiring necessary tools, infrastructure, and information required to conduct the attack effectively. This includes developing and obtaining malware, creating command and control C2 infrastructure, and acquiring credentials or access to additional resources. Next tactic is initial access. This refers to the techniques adversaries use to gain first foothold into the target environment. This could involve exploiting vulnerabilities, leveraging stolen credentials, or conducting phishing attacks to establish an initial point of entry. Next tactic is execution. This involves running malicious code or commands on a victim's system to achieve the attacker's objectives. This could include executing malware, launching scripts, or running commands to manipulate system settings. Next tactic is persistence. Persistent techniques enable adversaries to maintain access to a compromised system over an extended period. This involves establishing backdoors, creating scheduled tasks, or modifying system configuration to ensure continued access even after a system reboot. Next tactic is privilege escalation. Privilege escalation techniques allow adversaries to obtain higher level of access within the target environment. This could involve exploiting vulnerabilities, abusing misconfigurations, or stealing credentials to elevate privileges and access sensitive information. Next tactic is defense evasion. These techniques help adversaries to avoid detection by security controls such as antivirus software, intrusion detection systems, and SIM systems. SIM stands for Security Information and Event Management Systems. This could involve obfuscating malware, disabling security features, or using encryption to conceal malicious activity. Next tactic is credential access. This involves stealing or obtaining credentials that enable adversaries to authenticate within the target environment. This could include capturing passwords through techniques like keylogging, brute force attacks, or phishing, and as well as exploiting vulnerabilities to extract credentials stored on compromised systems. Next tactic is discovery. This involves gathering information about the target environment to better understand its configuration, assets, and potential attack paths. This could include enumerating network shares, listing installed software, or querying system information to identify valuable targets for further exploitation. Next tactic is lateral movement. These techniques enable adversaries to move laterally within the target environment, gaining access to additional systems or resources. This could involve exploiting trust relationships, abusing shared credentials, and leveraging remote desktop protocols to pivot from one system to another. Next tactic is collection. These techniques involve gathering and exfiltrating sensitive data or information from compromised systems. This could include stealing files, capturing screenshots, or extracting credentials stored in memory. Next tactic is command and control, that is C2 techniques. These techniques involve establishing and maintaining communication channels between the adversary's infrastructure and compromised systems. This allows adversaries to remotely control compromised systems, deliver commands, and exfiltrate data. Next technique is exfiltration. These techniques involve transferring stolen data or information from compromised systems to external servers or locations controlled by the adversary. This could involve using encrypted channels, hiding data within legitimate network traffic, or compressing files to evade detection. Next tactic is impact. These techniques involve causing damage, disruption, or loss within the target environment. This could include deleting files, encrypting data for ransom, or disrupting critical services to achieve the adversary's objectives. So, we discussed all of these tactics. There are many techniques and sub techniques under these. We will not be able to discuss all of these, but we'll look at some of the examples. Consider an example where a threat actor wants to gain unauthorized access to a company's network to steal sensitive data. They decide to use a phishing email to trick an employee into revealing their login credentials. Now let's look at the MITRE attack analysis. First, tactic is initial access and technique is phishing. So tactic is initial access and the technique that is chosen is phishing. So in this stage, the adversary is attempting to gain an initial foothold into the target environment. Phishing is a technique used to trick individuals into providing sensitive information or executing malicious code by disguising it as a legitimate communication. Next, tactic is execution and technique is user execution. So tactic execution, under that we should have here is user execution. So after the victim receives and opens the phishing email, the attacker's payload, for example malware or a malicious link, is executed through user interaction. This allows the attacker to establish a connection to the victim's system or execute further malicious actions. Next is tactic credential access. Technique is input capture. So credential access is the tactic. Under this, we should have input capture as the technique. Once the victim interacts with the phishing email and enters their login credentials, the attacker captures these credentials using techniques like key logging or form grabbing. This provides the attacker with the necessary credentials to authenticate themselves within the target environment. Next, tactic is collection and technique is data from local system. So tactic is collection and the technique is data from local system. Here it is. So with access to the victim's credentials, the attacker can collect sensitive data from the local system such as documents, emails, or stored credentials. This allows them to gather information that may be valuable for further exploitation or exfiltration. So if you want to know more about this, you can look at the examples. There are many examples quoted here. There's also mitigation techniques and detection, how you can detect this. Next is exfiltration. Exfiltration is the tactic and technique is data exfiltration over alternative protocol. So exfiltration is the tactic and exfiltration over alternative protocol is the technique. Finally, the attacker exfiltrates the stolen data from the victim system using alternative protocols or channels that bypass traditional security controls. This could involve sending the data over encrypted channels or using covert communication methods to avoid detection. And for this MITRE attack analysis, mitigation would be first, implementing email filtering and security awareness training to detect and prevent phishing attacks. Next, enforcing multi-factor authentication, that is MFA, to mitigate the risk of credential theft. Next, deploying endpoint detection and response solutions, that is EDR solutions, to detect and respond to malicious activities on endpoints. Another mitigation, implementing network segmentation and monitoring to detect and block data exfiltration attempts. So by understanding the tactics and techniques used by adversaries, organizations can better prepare and defend against cyber attacks. The cyber kill chain. So imagine this as a step-by-step guide that cyber attackers follow to carry out their malicious missions. Think of it as a hacker's playbook. Cyber Kill Chain was developed by defense contractor Lockheed Martin. So Cyber Kill Chain basically consists of several sequential stages that attackers typically go through to achieve their objectives. Understanding these stages will help organizations implement targeted security measures to disrupt or prevent attacks effectively. So that's why you need to understand what is cyber kill chain. Now let's look at the sequential stages in cyber kill chain. First stage is reconnaissance. Next is weaponization and then delivery. Next, exploitation. Next, installation and then command and control, that is C2. Next, actions on objectives. Let's go to the first step, that is reconnaissance. So this is the phase where cyber attackers act like digital spies. They gather information about their target before launching any attacks. Think of it as a planning phase for the bad guys. Let's look at some examples. Reconnaissance can be passive reconnaissance, that is gathering public info. So hackers collect publicly available information about the target without directly interacting. Imagine searching online for company websites, social media profiles, or any details available to the public. Then it can be active reconnaissance, which is probing for details. So here hackers actively engage with the target systems to gather more specific information. Imagine it's like a spy trying to figure out if a door is locked by jiggling the handle without actually entering. In real world, it can be probing the network to find out the weaknesses. Next, there is social engineering in reconnaissance, where you manipulate people. That is, hackers manipulate individuals to gather information, often through deceit or trickery. Like, for example, phishing emails pretending to be from a trusted source, asking for sensitive information like passwords. Then there is dumpster diving. Here, hackers may search physical trash for discarded documents containing valuable information. So in passive reconnaissance, you can consider OSINT, that is open source intelligence, which is publicly available data. Here you utilize publicly accessible data sources to gather intelligence about the target. And in active probing, you can consider network scanning, where hackers scan the target's network to identify devices, systems, and vulnerabilities. So reconnaissance is all about gathering clues before the real action begins. Let's go to the next phase, that is weaponization. This is the phase where cyber attackers get creative and craft their digital weapons. So at this stage, hackers take their malicious intentions and turn them into powerful tools. These could be viruses, trojans, ransomware, or other types of malicious code designed for their malicious intent. After weaponization, the next step is delivery stage. So in the weaponization stage, remember that the bad actors have their cyber weapon all crafted and created. And now in the delivery stage, they need to find a way to deliver it to the target. It's like a covert operation to get their malicious package inside the digital fortress. Let's see some examples. First is phishing emails. Here, hackers send seemingly innocent emails that trick users into clicking on malicious links or opening infected attachments. Like, for example, you get an email that looks like it's from your bank asking you to click a link to update your account details, but it's a trap. Next, there is drive-by downloads. Here, malicious code is embedded in a legitimate website, and simply visiting the site can trigger the download of malware. Like, for example, you visit what seems to be a harmless website, and without any warning, a malicious program gets downloaded to your device. And then there is infected USB drives. Here, cyber attackers might drop infected USB drives in places where target employees might find them and unknowingly plug them into their computers. Like, for example, you might find a seemingly abandoned USB drive in the office parking lot, and out of curiosity, you decide to plug it into your computer, and then the malware is unleashed. Next example can be watering hole attacks. So, here, hackers compromise websites that their targets frequently visit, turning them into traps. Like, for example, your favorite news website has been compromised by hackers. When you visit this news website, you unknowingly download malware onto your device. So, delivery stage is the stage where attackers are essentially finding a way to drop off their cyber weapon without raising suspicion. After delivery, the next phase is exploitation. This is the stage where cyber attackers take advantage of identified vulnerabilities or weaknesses in a target system. In this phase, the attackers leverage specific techniques and tools to exploit the vulnerabilities that they discovered. So, the primary goal is to gain unauthorized access to the target system, allowing them to move forward in their cyber attack. For example, consider that you have a software application used by many people. If the hackers find a flaw in that software, what we call a vulnerability, they might create a special code known as exploit to take advantage of that weakness. When the exploit is unleashed, it could allow them to gain unauthorized access to the system. So, understanding this exploitation phase is crucial because it highlights the need for regularly update and patch software and systems. It's like fortifying the walls of our digital castle so that even if attackers find a crack, it's quickly fixed before they can take advantage of it. Okay, the next step is installation. This is where cyber attackers set up their base on the compromised system. This is like the moment the bad guys find a way to stay hidden and make themselves at home. So the hackers want to ensure they have a solid presence on the system, allowing them to control it. Here they install malicious software, create backdoors, and set up persistence mechanisms to maintain access even if the system is restarted. Like I said, examples can include malicious software installation, that is, hackers sneak into your computer and install a hidden program that can be activated whenever they want. It's like almost an unwelcome guest secretly living in your house. Then there is backdoor creation. So imagine a cyber intruder creating a secret entrance like a hidden trapdoor so they can slip in and out undetected. It's their way of ensuring easy access. Then there is persistence mechanism. Think of it as hackers leaving behind a magic key that ensures they can come back even if the system tries to kick them out. It's like a persistent ghost haunting your computer. Next, there is remote control setup. Hackers establish a remote control center within your system, kind of like having a puppet master who can control everything from a distance. Now let's see why installation matters. Installation is about securing a lasting foothold, allowing attackers to operate stealthily over an extended period. So by setting up these covert entry points, hackers can avoid detection by traditional security measures. As a defense to installation stage, you can set up regular system checks for unusual activities or continuous monitoring for unexpected connections or unauthorized changes. After installation, the next stage is command and control C2. This is the stage where cyber attackers create covert pathways to remotely communicate with the compromised system. Think of it as the hacker's control center where they can execute commands and direct the compromised system's actions without being physically present. For examples, let's consider botnet operations. Here, a hacker controls a network of infected computers. The infected computers is called a botnet from a remote location, like a puppeteer controlling multiple puppets on strings. The hacker manages an army of compromised devices here. Next example can be RDP exploitation, that is remote desktop protocol exploitation. Here the attacker exploits vulnerabilities to gain remote access to a system. Like imagine someone remotely operating your computer without you realizing it, accessing files and executing commands from far. Next is DGA, domain generation algorithm. Here malware uses algorithms to dynamically generate domain names for communication, making it harder to track. It's like, spies changing secret meeting locations frequently to avoid detection. Next is hidden communication channels. So here attackers use seemingly innocent communication channels to transmit malicious commands. Like say bad guys using coded messages within regular radio broadcasts. So here hackers hide commands in seemingly harmless traffic. So it is very crucial to understand command and control stage. So recognizing and blocking these covert communication channels is important for disrupting the attacker's control, preventing them from executing further malicious actions. So usually cybersecurity teams use advanced monitoring tools to detect anomalous network behavior and identify potential C2 activities. After command and control, the final stage is actions on objectives. This is the final stage. So in this, attackers unleash their ultimate plan. So this is achieving their goals within the compromised system. This stage is where the real impact occurs and the attackers carry out actions aligned with their malicious activities. So after successfully navigating through the previous stages, attackers execute the primary mission, which may involve data theft, system manipulation, or causing disruptions. Let's see some examples in detail. First one is data exfiltration. Here, attackers steal sensitive information such as user credentials, financial records, or intellectual property. Like, for example, a cyber criminal infiltrates a company's database and steals customer data, including names, addresses, and credit card information. Next is disruption of operations. Here, attackers aim to disrupt the normal functioning of systems or services. Like, for example, a hacker launches a DDoS, that is distributed denial of service attack, on a government website, making it temporarily inaccessible to the public. Next example might be system manipulation or destruction. Here, attackers manipulate data, corrupt files, or even destroy systems to cause lasting damage. Like, for example, a malicious software is planted within a critical infrastructure system, altering control settings and causing physical damage to machinery. Next one is ransomware deployment. Here, attackers encrypt files or systems and demand a ransom for their release. Like, for example, a malware infection encrypts a hospital's patient's records, and the attackers demand payment in cryptocurrency for the decryption key. So that's it about the last stage, actions on objectives. So we have gone through the stages that cyber attackers follow in their quest to compromise systems and achieve their objectives. The cyber kill chain provides us with a strategic lens to understand the anatomy of cyber attacks and bolster our defenses at each crucial stage. Now let's talk about different types of attacks. Like I mentioned before, an attack refers to any deliberate action or set of actions that aim to compromise the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of information system. These attacks can target various components of an information system, including networks, devices, software, and data. Attackers can be launched by malicious actors such as hackers, cyber criminals, or even insiders. Insiders, in the sense, maybe the employees of the same organization. So, even insiders with malicious intent can launch an attack. Now, let's see some of the common types of attacks. First one is malware. So if you want to know in depth about any of these topics, most likely I have a video on it. Just search for cyberplatter malware, types of malware, and you should be able to find something, or type cyberplatter cross-site scripting attack or cyberplatter's SQL injection. You should be able to find those topics in depth, explained in depth. Okay. Going back to malware, malware is short for malicious software. So, in a broad term, this includes various types of harmful software designed to disrupt, damage, or gain unauthorized access to computer systems, networks, or devices. Malware can actually take many forms and serve different purposes. We'll see some of the types of malware. First one is viruses. Viruses attach themselves to executable files or documents and require user interaction to spread. Like, for example, suppose say there is a user, he executes an infected file or opens an infected document. Once he does that, the virus gets activated and it replicates itself by attaching copies of its code to other files on the system. Then another malware type is worms. These are self-replicating malware that can spread across networks and systems without requiring user interaction. They exploit vulnerabilities in network protocols or software to infect vulnerable systems automatically. Okay. Another type of malware is Trojans. These are malware disguised as legitimate software or files to trick users into installing them. Trojans often create backdoors on infected systems, allowing attackers to gain unauthorized access, steal data, or install additional malware. Next type of malware is ransomware. This malware encrypts files or locks users out of their systems and demands a ransom payment in exchange for restoring access. Ransomware attacks can have devastating consequences for individuals and organizations, causing data loss, financial losses, and operational disruptions. So, ransomware uses strong encryption algorithms to encrypt files stored on the infected system. This makes them inaccessible to the users. After encrypting the files or locking the system, the ransomware typically displays a ransom note informing the victim of the attack and providing instructions on how to pay the ransom. This ransom note often includes details such as the amount of the ransom, the cryptocurrency, like how do they have to make the payment, example Bitcoin, and a deadline for payment. So when I say encrypts files, it means encryption is the process of converting plain text, like ordinary readable data, into ciphertext. This is unreadable data. This is done using an algorithm and a key. We will talk about encryption more and you might understand better later in this video. For now, understand that ransomware encrypts files, making it inaccessible and then demands for a ransom payment. Next type of virus is spyware. This malware is designed to secretly monitor and collect information about a user's activities such as browsing habits, keystrokes, or personal information. Spyware can be used for various purposes, including stealing sensitive information, tracking user behavior, or conducting targeted advertising. Next type of malware is adware. This malware displays unwanted advertisements or redirects users to malicious websites without their consent. Adware often accompanies free software downloads and can degrade system performance or compromise user privacy. Another type of malware is rootkits. These malware hide their presence and activities from detection by antivirus software or system administrators. Rootkits typically replace or modify critical system files and processes to maintain persistence and control over infected systems. Next type of malware is fileless malware. This malware operates in memory or leverages legitimate system tools and processes to evade detection by traditional antivirus solutions. Fileless malware can be more difficult to detect and remove than traditional malware malware because it leaves little or no trace on disk. So these are the types, some of the types of malware. Protecting against malware requires a multi-layered approach. Like, for example, regular software updates, robust antivirus, and anti-malware solutions, and then user education and awareness training, then strong password policies and proactive monitoring for suspicious activity. Then you can use EDR solutions, endpoint detection and response solutions. So these are some of the countermeasures against malware. Next type of attack that we'll discuss is DDoS. Actually, DOS and DDoS. DOS stands for denial of service attack, and DDoS is distributed denial of service attack. Both of these attacks are types of cyber attacks that aim to disrupt the availability of services or resources by overwhelming a target system, network, or website with a flood of traffic or requests. So first let's talk of denial of service. This is like, imagine that someone is blocking the entrance to a store, preventing customers from getting in. They might do this by standing in the doorway themselves or by sending a huge crowd that fills up the store, making it impossible for real customers to enter and shop. Now, if you want to imagine DDoS, then it is not just one person, but a whole group of people that are blocking the entrance to the store. They are not just standing in the doorway themselves, they are also bringing in friends to help block every possible entrance, overwhelming the store with so many people that it becomes completely inaccessible to genuine customers. In both of these cases, the goal is to make the store unavailable to customers. The difference lies in the scale and coordination of the attack. DOS attack, it typically has one attacker causing the disruption. While in DDoS attack, multiple attackers join forces to make the impact much more severe. So in DOS attacks, a single attacker or a group of attackers attempts to overwhelm a target system, network, or website with a flood of traffic or requests, rendering it inaccessible to legitimate users. The goal of a DOS attack is to exhaust the target's resources, such as bandwidth, memory, or processing power, causing the system to become slow, unresponsive, or completely unavailable. Common techniques used in DOS attacks include flooding attacks, resource exhaustion, and protocol exploitation. In flooding attacks, the attacker floods the target with a high volume of target or requests, such as TCP SYN flood, UDP flood, or HTTP flood attacks. In resource exhaustion, the attacker consumes the target's resources such as bandwidth, CPU, or memory by exploiting vulnerabilities or insufficient resource management. In protocol exploitation, the attacker exploits the weaknesses in network protocols or application layer protocols to disrupt the target's services. So DDoS attack, distributed denial of service attack, is a more sophisticated variant of a DOS attack that involves multiple compromised devices called botnets to launch coordinated attacks against a target. So these bots consists of computers, servers, IoT devices, or other internet connected devices that have been infected with malware and are under the control of the attacker, and they launch the attack. Now let's talk about how to mitigate DOS and DDoS attacks. This typically involves deploying network infrastructure and security measures such as firewalls, intrusion detection and prevention systems, content delivery networks, rate limiting, traffic filtering, and using DDoS protection services to detect and mitigate malicious traffic and maintain the availability of services. Along with this, maintaining updated software, implementing security best practices, and monitoring network traffic for anomalies can help prevent and mitigate the impact of DOS and DDoS attacks. Next type of attack is man in the middle attack. Imagine that you are trying to have a private conversation with a friend or a family member. However, there is someone sneaky in the middle, intercepting your messages and even altering them before passing them along. That's essentially what a man in the middle attack is in the digital world. So, a man in the middle attack happens when a malicious actor, so this is the malicious actor, secretly intercepts and possibly alters the communication between two parties without their knowledge. This could be between you and a website, you and your bank, or any other online interaction. So, first, the attacker positions themselves between you, the user, and the target, like a website or online service, to intercept the data you are sending and receiving. Once in the middle, the attacker can monitor the traffic passing between you and the target. They can see sensitive information like login credentials, credit card details, or personal messages. And in some cases, the attacker might alter the data before passing it along. For example, they could modify a payment request to redirect funds to their own account or change the content of a message to manipulate the conversation. The goal of a man in the middle attack is typically to steal sensitive information, perform unauthorized actions, or simply spy on the communication between the two parties. To protect against man in the middle attacks, it's essential to use secure communication channels such as encrypted connections like HTTPS, and to be cautious when connecting to public Wi-Fi networks or accessing sensitive information online. Additionally, using strong authentication methods like multi-factor authentication can help mitigate the risk of unauthorized access even if the communication is intercepted. Next type of attack is SQL injection attack. Imagine that you are a librarian. So people go to you, ask for books, and you provide it to them. Suppose say that someone asks you for a book using a very clever trick. Instead of asking for a book title, they ask you for a book along with an additional instruction. So with the book, they are telling you, give me all the books, and while you are at it, also give me the library's secret vault code. So if you are not careful and in a hurry, you might unintentionally provide access to sensitive information to that user. That's essentially what a SQL injection attack does to a database driven website. So in simple terms, SQL injection is a type of cyber attack that exploits vulnerabilities in a website's code to manipulate a database using SQL commands. That is, SQL stands actually for structured query language. Now let's see how it works with an example. Imagine you are running an online shopping website. Here you have a search bar where users can search for products by entering keywords here. So behind the scenes, your website's code uses SQL queries to retrieve product information from the database based on the user's input. Now let's see how an attacker could exploit SQL injection in this scenario. The attacker visits your website and enters a malicious input into the search bar. Instead of searching for a legitimate product, they enter something like this. The attacker's input now contains SQL commands. This is embedded within the search query, and this input is very carefully crafted to manipulate the SQL query executed by the website's code. Now when the website's code processes the search input, that is this, it constructs an SQL query to retrieve matching products from the database. However, it fails to properly validate or sanitize the user input. So this code is not properly validating or sanitizing the user input. The attacker's input, which includes this, gets directly inserted into the SQL query. This effectively turns the search query into something like select star. Star means all from products where name like. So it is supposed to be like if you're searching for jeans, it's going to write jeans, and this is how it is supposed to be. But now what happens? Instead of jeans, you will have the attacker's input. Drop table products. This semicolon here terminates the original query, and the subsequent drop table products command attempts to delete the entire products table. So products is the table from the database which has all the details, and drop table products means delete the entire table called products. The double hyphen comments out the rest of the query to prevent any syntax errors. When the manipulated SQL query is executed, that is, this one is executed, the attacker successfully drops the entire products table from the database, causing all product data to be lost. This could bring your online shopping website to a halt, resulting in financial losses and damage to your reputation. Now, how to mitigate SQL injection attacks, right? Developers must properly sanitize and validate user input, okay? And then use parameterized queries or prepared statements and implement least privilege principles to restrict database access. Additionally, regularly update and patch web applications. So these are some of the mitigation measures. So what do you mean by validate user input? Validation ensures user inputs meet specified criteria. Like for example, it should be of a certain format. Like if it is a date, you don't need alphabets for it. And it should be of certain length. Again, with the date example, if you want to enter date from 1 to 31 or 1 to 12 and then years, you should make sure user input is not more than 32 for the day, and for the month not more than 12, or nothing in negatives or 0. And then sanitization removes potentially harmful and malicious content from the input, like for example special characters or HTML tags. And then I mentioned parameterized queries and prepared statements. These are techniques used by database programming to execute SQL queries safely by separating the query logic from the user input. Like for an example, select star from users where username is equal to question mark. You put this inside double quotes and then comma, user input, comma, close this. So here we are executing select query from a table called users to retrieve records where the username, so username, this is the column where the username matches the user input. Instead of directly concatenating the user input into the SQL query, we are using parameterized query with a placeholder question mark, as this would not be so much vulnerable to SQL injection. The actual value of user input is usually passed as a parameter separately later on in the code. This is one piece of the code, right? There's lot code written. Maybe it is passed during the execute method. You have some method called execute, then as a parameter you pass it here. This ensures that the user input is treated as data and not as part of the SQL query, effectively preventing SQL injection attacks. And then I also mentioned least privilege principle. This is a security concept that suggests that entities such as users, processes, or systems should be granted only the minimum level of access or permissions required to perform their intended tasks or jobs or functions. This principle aims to minimize the potential impact of security breaches or accidental misuse by limiting the scope of access to resources, data, or functionalities. So, in simple terms, the principle of least privilege means giving users or systems access only to what they need when they need it and nothing more. For instance, a regular employee in an organization might need access to certain files and applications, but don't need administrative privileges that would allow them to install software or modify system settings. Next type of attack we'll learn is zero-day exploits. This refers to vulnerabilities in software or hardware that are unknown to the vendor or developer and have not been patched or mitigated. These vulnerabilities are called zero-day vulnerabilities because they have 0 days since the vulnerability was discovered or publicly disclosed. These are particularly dangerous because they can be exploited by attackers before the vendor has had a chance to develop and distribute a patch or security update. So, in simple terms, zero-day exploit is like finding a secret backdoor into a house that nobody knows about yet. Attackers can use this backdoor to break into the house and steal valuable items before the homeowner even realizes there's a vulnerability. To defend against zero-day exploits, organizations should implement proactive security measures such as regularly updating software and firmware, using intrusion detection and prevention systems, implementing least privilege principles, conducting security assessments and audits, and monitoring for signs of suspicious activity or exploitation. Next is insider threat. This refers to security risks posed by individuals within an organization who have authorized access to its system data or resources, and who intentionally or unintentionally misuse that access to compromise the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of information or systems. Insider threats can come from current or former employees, contractors, partners, or other trusted entities. So, in simple words, an insider threat is like having a spy within your organization, someone who has legitimate access but chooses to misuse it for malicious purposes or inadvertently causes harm. An example of insider threat is a malicious insider, an employee who intentionally steals sensitive information, compromises systems, or disrupts operation for personal gain, revenge, or ideological reasons. Okay. And another example is negligent insider. This is an employee who unintentionally exposes sensitive data, falls victim to social engineering attacks, or violates security policies and procedures due to carelessness, ignorance, or lack of awareness. To mitigate the risks of insider threats, organizations should implement a combination of technical controls such as access controls, monitoring and auditing tools, encryption, and data loss prevention solutions, that is DLP solutions. These are technical controls as well as non-technical controls such as employee training and awareness programs, security policies and procedures, background checks of the employees or partners, anybody like contractors and employee assistance programs. So, these are some of the non technical controls. Additionally, fostering a culture of trust, transparency, and accountability can help deter insider threats and encourage employees to report suspicious behavior or security incidents promptly. Next type of attack is social engineering attack. This is the type of cyber attack where attackers manipulate people into providing confidential information, providing access to systems or resources, or performing actions that compromise security. It exploits human psychology rather than technical vulnerabilities. So, in simple terms, social engineering is like tricking someone into giving you the keys to their house by pretending to be someone trustworthy or by exploiting their trust or emotions. Let's see some of the techniques. First one is phishing. Phishing is sending deceptive emails or messages impersonating trusted entities such as banks, government agencies, or colleagues to trick recipients into revealing sensitive information like passwords or credit card numbers. Then there is pretexting. This is creating a fabricated scenario or pretext to manipulate individuals into providing information or performing actions they wouldn't do normally. For example, pretending to be an IT technician requesting remote access to a computer system. Next is baiting. This is offering something enticing, such as a free download or prize or money to lure victims into clicking on malicious links or downloading malware infected files. Next is impersonation. This is pretending to be someone else in person, over the phone, or online to gain trust or access to restricted areas or information. Next is tailgating. This is following closely behind an authorized person to gain physical access to a secure area without authentication. So I go to my company, I swipe in my card, I enter in. By the time the door closes, somebody else enters without swiping the card. That is unauthorized access. Social engineering attacks can be highly effective because they exploit human vulnerabilities such as trust, curiosity, fear, or urgency rather than relying on technical flaws. To defend against social engineering, organizations should educate employees about common tactics, promote awareness of security risks, implement strict access controls and verification procedures, and encourage a healthy skepticism of any uninvited, unwanted requests for information or assistance. Additionally, implementing multi-factor authentication, security awareness training, and incident response plans can help mitigate the risk of social engineering attacks. Next type of attack is password attacks. This is a very huge topic. I have a different video which talks in depth about this with different types of password attacks. I will link that in the description box if you want to know more. But right now we'll talk briefly about it. These are attempts by unauthorized individuals to gain access to user accounts, systems, or networks by guessing or stealing passwords. These attacks can take various forms and exploit weaknesses in password security to compromise accounts and gain unauthorized access to sensitive information or resources. So it is like someone trying to break into a locked door by guessing the right combination or finding a key. Let's see some common types of password attacks. The first one is brute force attack. Here, attackers use automated tools to systematically try all possible combinations of characters until they discover the correct password. Brute force attacks can be time consuming because they're trying all possible combinations, but they are effective against weak or easily guessable passwords. Next type is dictionary attack. Here, attackers use pre-compiled lists of commonly used passwords, dictionary words, or variations to attempt to log in into user accounts. Dictionary attacks are faster than the brute force attack and can be successful against users who use simple or common passwords. Then there is credential stuffing. Here, attackers use stolen username password pairs obtained from data breaches or other sources to gain unauthorized access to other accounts where users have reused passwords. Then there is key logging. Here, attackers use malicious software or hardware to record keystrokes entered by users, including passwords, as they type them into their devices. Keylogging attacks can capture passwords even if they are complex and not easily guessable. Then there is password spraying. Here, rather than attempting to crack individual passwords, attackers use a few commonly used passwords or guessable passwords such as say password 123 to attempt authentication across many accounts. So they use this password against user 1, user 2, user 3, user 4. So this technique reduces the risk of account lockouts and is particularly effective against organizations with weak password policies. Account lockouts are like locking a door after too many failed attempts to unlock it with the wrong key, making it temporarily inaccessible to anyone trying to gain unauthorized access. So these are implemented by systems or applications to temporarily restrict access to user accounts after a certain number of unsuccessful authentication attempts. Like, for example, if I enter my own password 10 times wrong, then my organization will block me, or 5 times wrong, then my organization system will block me, saying too many failed attempts. But password spraying can bypass this as well because you're using one password for many users. But account lockouts can be very effective in case of brute force attacks or password guessing attacks. So these are some of the examples of password attacks. There are many more. I recommend going through the video that I'll link it in the description box if you want to know more. So to protect against password attacks, organizations should employ a combination of strong technical controls, user education, and security best practices. This includes implementing robust authentication mechanisms, like, for example, multi factor authentication, and then enforcing strong password policies. Like, the length of the password should be not less than 12 characters or 14 characters. It should have special characters, numbers, alphabets, and regularly auditing and monitoring account activity and staying vigilant against emerging threats and attack techniques. The next attack type is supply chain attacks. Imagine you are making some delicious pancakes, and instead of buying all the ingredients directly from the store, you might get some from your friend, and this friend might have got those ingredients from another friend. A supply chain attack is like somebody who's very sneaky adds something harmful to this friend's ingredients and nobody notices it. So you got the ingredients from this friend who got it from this friend, and this friend's ingredients, something harmful has been added. When you use those tainted ingredients in your cake, it could end up making people sick or causing problems. Similarly, in the digital world, a supply chain attack happens when hackers sneak malicious stuff into the software or hardware that companies use. And when those companies use those compromised products, it can lead to big problems like stealing data or causing computer systems to break down. First of all, what is supply chain? A supply chain is a network of entities, organizations, people, activities, information, and resources involved in the production, distribution, and delivery of goods or services from suppliers to customers. It can include suppliers, manufacturers or producers, distributors, retailers, customers. So think of supply chain like a big team effort to make and deliver something you need. Let's say you want a chocolate bar. The cocoa beans come from the farms. These are suppliers. And then they go to a factory. These are manufacturers. Here they turn them into a chocolate. Next, the chocolate goes to a warehouse. This is the distributor. And finally, it's sold at a store. This is the retailer. And then you buy it, and you are the customer. So the supply chain is basically all the steps it takes to get that chocolate bar from the cocoa beans to your hands. It involves everyone working together from the farmers to the store owners to make sure everything happens smoothly and you get your chocolate bar. It can be with any hardware or software component that you're getting the component somewhere, somebody is manufacturing it, there is a customer. How that entire process happens is supply chain. Now, supply chain attack is the type of cyber attack where the target is the weakest link in a supply chain to compromise a larger target. They involve infiltrating or exploiting vulnerabilities in the systems or software of suppliers, vendors, or third party service providers that are interconnected with the target organization. One of the very popular supply chain attacks example is SolarWinds supply chain attack. It happened in late 2020. A very sophisticated cyber attack compromised the software build system of SolarWinds. SolarWinds is a major provider of IT management software. Attackers injected some malicious code into the software updates, which were then distributed to SolarWinds customers, including numerous government agencies and corporations worldwide. Let's look at some mitigation strategies for supply chain. The first one is vendor risk management. So, implementing robust vendor risk management and assessment processes to evaluate the security posture of suppliers and service providers. Next, security controls. Implement security controls such as network segmentation, encryption, and access controls to limit the impact of potential breaches. Next, continuous monitoring. Monitor supply chain activities and implementing threat intelligence programs to detect and respond to suspicious behavior or indicators of compromise. Next is secure development practices. Here we employ secure software development practices and conduct thorough security assessments of third-party software and components. Next type of attack is APT, that is Advanced Persistent Threat. This is a very sophisticated and targeted cyber attack carried out by highly skilled adversaries, often with significant resources and specific objectives. So, typical cyber attacks aim for quick financial gain or cause immediate damage, but ATPs are characterized by their stealth, persistence, and long term focus. So, you can imagine a group of highly skilled thieves who have spent a lot of time studying a bank's security systems, employees' behavior, and even the layout of the building. Instead of attempting a quick robbery, they plan a meticulous, detailed heist that involves gaining access to the bank systems, remaining undetected for an extended period, and then stealing valuable information or funds over time. Similarly, in the digital realm, an ATP involves attackers who carefully plan and execute a targeted attack against a specific organization or entity. They often used advanced techniques to breach the target's defenses, such as exploiting unknown vulnerabilities, crafting convincing phishing emails, or deploying sophisticated malware. Once inside the target's network, ATP actors remain persistent, quietly gathering intelligence, exfiltrating data, or establishing backdoors for future access. ATPs pose significant challenges to organization cybersecurity defenses due to their advanced nature, persistence, and targeted approach. Detecting and mitigating ATPs require a combination of robust security measures, continuous monitoring, threat intelligence, and proactive incident response capabilities. So, these are some of the types of attacks. Now, let's talk about security measures, countermeasures, or safeguards, or actually security controls. So, these are strategies, tools, practices implemented to protect against various threats to information systems, data, networks, and physical assets. We already discussed some of the mitigations like this, but we will talk about them in depth now. The first one that we will discuss is firewalls. So, first, what is a firewall, right? Firewalls are essential network security devices, or these can be software solutions designed to monitor, filter, and control incoming and outgoing network traffic based on a predefined security rules or policies. Okay, usually it is based on a set of predefined security policies or rules. Say there is trusted internal network and untrusted external network. Trusted internal network can be a company's internal network or home network. Untrusted external network can be the internet. So the primary purpose of a firewall is to act as a barrier between a trusted internal network and an untrusted external network. This protects the internal network from unauthorized access, cyber threats, and malicious activity. Now, let's talk about different types of firewalls and their characteristics, their advantages, disadvantages, their use cases. Okay, we'll start with the first one, which is packet filtering firewall. This firewall is a network security device or software application that operates at the network layer or layer 3 of the OSI model. OSI stands for Open Systems Interconnection. Okay. Its primary function is to inspect and control the flow of network traffic based on predefined rules or criteria. These rules or criteria known as ACL, that is access control lists. Okay, these rules determine whether a packet should be allowed to pass through the firewall or should be blocked based on various characteristics of the packet, such as source IP address, destination IP address, or source port, destination port, and protocol type. Now let's see the characteristics of packet filtering firewall in detail. The first characteristic is the packet inspection, like we discussed before. When a packet of data enters the firewall examines the packet's header information, and this header information includes details like source IP address, destination IP address, source and destination ports, and the protocol being used. For example, protocol might be TCP, UDP, ICMP, etc. Next characteristic is comparison with the ACLs. The firewall compares the information in the packet header with the rules that are defined in the ACLs, that is access control lists. These ACLs specify what types of traffic are allowed and what should be blocked. Next characteristic of packet filtering is decision making. Based on the ACL rules, the firewall makes a decision about whether to allow or block the packet. If the packet matches an allowed rule, so these ACLs, right, they have allowed rules and the block rules. So if the packet matches these allowed rules, it is permitted to pass through the firewall and continue its journey to the intended destination. If it matches a blocked rule or doesn't match any rule, then it is either dropped in the sense ignored, okay, or denied passage. Next characteristic we'll be talking is logging and monitoring. Many packet filter firewalls provide logging capabilities, allowing the network admins to track and monitor network traffic. This is useful for troubleshooting, analyzing security incidents, and ensuring that the firewall rules are effectively protecting the network. Something that you should also know is packet firewall is the most basic type of firewall. Okay, these firewalls are known for their efficiency and speed in processing network traffic because they operate at a low level in the network stack, that is layer 3, like we said, network layer of the OSI model. Even though it provides efficiency and speed, it has some limitations. Let's see those limitations. Okay, first disadvantage is limited context awareness. Packet filtering firewalls do not have the ability to understand the content or context of the data being transmitted. Okay, they make decisions solely based on the header of the packet. Next disadvantage is stateless operation. They operate in a stateless manner. That means they do not maintain information about the state of network connections. So they do not have session awareness. This can make them less suitable for handling complex protocols or applications that require session awareness. The next disadvantage is vulnerable to IP spoofing. Packet filtering firewalls can be vulnerable to IP spoofing attacks because they rely on the source IP address in the packet header to make decisions. Attackers can force the source IP address to bypass the firewall. Despite these limitations, packet filtering firewalls are an important component of network security and are often used in combination with other security measures such as intrusion detection system, intrusion prevention systems, and application layer firewalls to provide comprehensive protection for a network. Okay, the next firewall type that we'll discuss is stateful inspection firewall. It is also known as stateful firewall or dynamic packet filtering firewall. This is a more advanced type of network security device or software that operates at the network and transport layers of the OSI model. So network layer is the layer 3, transport layer is layer 4, okay, in the OSI model. So the primary purpose of stateful firewall is to enhance network security by intelligently monitoring and controlling incoming and outgoing network traffic while maintaining an understanding of the state of active network connections. This makes it significantly more sophisticated and effective than basic packet filtering firewalls. Let's look at the characteristics. First one is packet inspection. Similar to basic packet filtering firewalls, a stateful inspection firewall examines the headers of network packets to gather information such as source and destination IP addresses, source and destination port numbers, and the protocol being used. The next characteristic is stateful connections tracking. What distinguishes stateful inspection firewalls is their ability to maintain a state table. State table is also referred to as sometimes, connection table or stateful table. This table records the state and details of active network connections. So when a new connection is initiated, the firewall creates an entry in this table, storing information about the connection, including the source and destination addresses, port numbers, and the state of connection. State of connection can be SYN connection, established connection, pin wait connection. These are some of the examples. And the next characteristic is stateful rule evaluation. As network traffic continues to flow, the firewall continuously inspects packet headers and compares the information to its state table and predefined access control rules, that is ACLs. It takes into account the state information, allowing it to make context aware decisions about whether to permit or deny packets based on the connection's established state. Next characteristic of the stateful firewall is dynamic rule adaptation. So the stateful inspection firewalls can dynamically adapt their rules based on the state of network connections. For example, once a connection is established, the firewall may allow related inbound traffic without requiring specific rule definition, since it recognizes the association with an existing legitimate connection. Next characteristic is session awareness. Since stateful inspection firewalls maintain state information, they possess a level of session awareness, allowing them to understand the context of network sessions. This enables them to detect and prevent certain types of attacks that involve session manipulation or intrusion attempts within an ongoing session. This provides a higher level of security. The next characteristic is logging and monitoring. Like packet filtering firewalls that we discussed, right? Even the stateful inspection firewall typically offers logging and monitoring capabilities. This allows the network administrators to track and analyze network traffic and security incidents. Key advantages of security inspection firewalls include improved security. This is due to their ability to understand the state of network connections and adapt rules accordingly. They are more effective at preventing attacks like IP spoofing and various forms of packet level and session level attacks. So, improved security is the advantage provided by stateful inspection firewall, but they may introduce some latency in processing traffic compared to basic packet filtering firewalls due to the additional state tracking and rule evaluation. Stateful inspection firewalls are commonly used in modern network security architectures and play a crucial role in protecting enterprise networks from sophisticated threats. Okay, the next type of firewall that we'll discuss is proxy firewall. This is also known as application layer firewall or sometimes as application proxy firewall. This is a type of network security device or software that operates at the highest OSI layer, that is layer 7 or application layer. So we learned that packet filtering firewalls and stateful inspection firewalls operate at lower network levels, right? Proxy is at the highest level, and proxy firewalls are designed to provide in-depth inspection and control of network traffic at the application layer. They act as intermediaries between clients and servers, effectively serving as a gateway for application level traffic. So let's see the characteristics in more depth. The first characteristic is intermediary role. Like I mentioned before, proxy firewalls inspect and handle traffic on behalf of client devices. When a client wants to access a remote server, it sends its request to the proxy firewall instead of directly communicating with the server. The next characteristic is app layer inspection. Unlike lower level firewalls that only examine packet headers, proxy firewalls perform deep packet inspection at the application layer. This means they can inspect and analyze the content, protocols, and behaviors of specific applications. Next characteristic is request and response processing. So there is a client. Like I mentioned, the client sends the request to the proxy firewall instead of the server. So when a client sends a request to the proxy firewall forwards the request to the destination server. And this is forwarding on behalf of the client, right? The firewall then receives the server's response. So this is the request that it is sending, and it is getting a response from the server, and then it sends it back to the client. This process involves parsing and understanding the application layer data in both the request and response. The next characteristic is content filtering. Proxy firewalls or application firewalls enforce granular access control policies based on application specific criteria. They can allow or block specific applications, URLs, content types. Like, content type can be in the companies, you can block entertainment, like Netflix, you're blocking everything. And these firewalls even provide specific features within the applications to be blocked, like suppose say blocking file uploads on social media sites. Okay, the next characteristic is authentication and user access control. Many proxy firewalls support user authentication, which means users must log in before accessing the internet or specific applications. This allows organizations to enforce user specific policies and track user activity. And the next characteristic is caching. Proxy firewalls often include caching capabilities to store frequently accessed content locally. This can improve network performance by reducing the need to fetch the same content repeatedly from remote servers. Next is logging and auditing. Proxy firewalls maintain detailed logs of user activities and application traffic. This information is valuable for security monitoring, compliance, and forensic analysis. And the next characteristic is security and privacy. Proxy firewalls can provide an additional layer of security by isolating the internal network from external threats. They can also enhance user privacy by masking client IP addresses from external servers. Next one is SSL inspection. Some proxy firewalls support SSL and TLS inspection, allowing them to decrypt and inspect encrypted HTTPS traffic for potential threats or policy violations. So, proxy firewalls are often used in environments where granular control over internet usage and application access is required, such as corporate networks, educational institutions, and government organizations. They are effective at protecting against various web based threats, managing bandwidth usage, and ensuring compliance with security and usage policies. So, even though it provides so many advantages, proxy firewalls can introduce some latency due to the additional processing involved in handling application layer traffic, and they may require more resources compared to lower level firewalls. Additionally, configuring and maintaining proxy firewalls can be complex. This is especially true when you are handling larger networks with diverse application requirements. The next firewall type that we'll discuss is circuit level gateway firewall. This is also known as circuit level proxy or a circuit level firewall. It is a network security device or software that operates at the session layer of the OSI model. Session layer is layer 5. Unlike the application layer firewall, which works at the application layer to inspect and filter application specific data, circuit level gateways focus on the session level control of network traffic, particularly for TCP connections, that is transmission protocol connections. Let's look at the characteristics in more depth. First one is, like we mentioned, session level control. Circuit level gateways work by creating a circuit or network connection between two hosts. So this is host 1, this is host 2. It creates a circuit or network connection between them. So usually one host is inside a protected network and the other one is outside a protected network. These gateways do not inspect actual application layer data like HTTP requests or FTP commands, but focus on the establishment and management of network sessions. Next characteristic that we'll discuss is proxying network connections. So say there is a client. This client is inside a protected network and this initiates a connection with an external server. When this connection is initiated, network circuit gateway acts as a proxy by creating a separate connection to the external server on behalf of the client. So this means that the external server sees the circuit level gateway as the source of the connection and not the internal client. Next characteristic is stateful inspection. Circuit level gateways maintain a state table that tracks the status of network sessions primarily for the TCP connections. This allows them to monitor the state of TCP sessions, such as whether they are in the process of being established or they are established or closed. Next characteristic is related to the access control. They can enforce access control policies based on source and destination IP addresses, port numbers, and session level attributes. For example, you can configure rules to allow or deny certain hosts or networks from establishing specific types of TCP connections. The next characteristic is related to NAT, that is network address translation. Circuit level gateways may perform NAT, which involves changing the source or destination IP addresses and port numbers to obscure the internal network structure from external hosts. NAT can enhance security and privacy. Like we said here, right, while discussing proxy, that the external server can see only the proxy in the sense the gateway, circuit level gateway, and not the client. The next characteristic is application agnostic. Unlike application layer firewalls, circuit level gateways are application agnostic. They do not examine the content of the data being transmitted, making them suitable for scenarios where only session level control and basic network protection are needed. So, circuit level gateways are often used in situations where a high level of network connectivity is required, but detailed inspection of application data is not necessary or may not be desirable. They are commonly used in VPN concentrators and in scenarios where secure tunneling or connectivity between networks is essential. While circuit level gateways provide certain benefits such as network level security and the ability to obscure internal network details, they have limitations too. First is they do not provide granular application level control or content filtering, making them less suitable for enforcing application specific security policies. For comprehensive security, organizations often use circuit level gateways in conjunction with other security measures such as application layer firewalls or intrusion detection or prevention systems. The next firewall type that we will discuss is next generation firewall. A next generation firewall is a sophisticated network security device or software that combines the capabilities of traditional firewalls with advanced features to provide a comprehensive and multi-layered security for modern network environments. These firewalls are designed to address the evolving threat landscape and the complex network traffic patterns associated with today's IT infrastructure. They operate at multiple layers of the OSI model, including layer 3, that is the network layer, layer 4, that is the transport layer, and layer 7, which is the application layer, and offers several key features and functionalities. Let's see few of them. The first one is packet filtering and stateful inspection. Like traditional firewalls, next generation firewalls perform packet filtering and stateful inspection to analyze and control network traffic based on source and destination IP addresses, port numbers, and protocols. This basic level of security helps prevent unauthorized access and basic network level attacks. Next characteristic is application awareness. Next generation firewalls go beyond simple port based filtering by using deep packet inspection (DPI) and application identification techniques to recognize and control applications and services running on the network. This enables them to enforce granular access policies based on specific applications or application categories. Next one is intrusion detection and prevention. Next generation firewalls often incorporate intrusion detection and prevention capabilities to detect and block suspicious or malicious network traffic. They use signature based and behavior based techniques to identify known and zero-day threats. Next characteristic is web filtering. Next generation firewalls can filter web content by inspecting URLs, web pages, and web application traffic. This allows them to block access to malicious websites, enforcing content policies, and protect against web based threats like malware and phishing. Next is antivirus and anti malware. Many next generation firewalls include antivirus and anti malware scanning capabilities to inspect files and attachments for known malware signatures and behavior patterns. They can block or quarantine infected files to prevent them from entering the network. Next is SSL and TLS inspection. Next generation firewalls can decrypt and then inspect the encrypted SSL TLS traffic to detect threats hidden within encrypted connections. This feature is crucial for identifying and blocking malicious activities in encrypted traffic. Next characteristic is advanced threat detection. Next generation firewalls may incorporate advanced threat detection technologies such as sandboxing and machine learning to identify and mitigate previously unknown or sophisticated threats. Next is user and identity awareness. Next generation firewalls can integrate with authentication systems to associate network traffic with specific users or user groups. This allows for more precise access control and policy enforcement based on user identity. Next characteristic is application control. That is, in addition to identifying applications, next generation firewalls can control and prioritize application traffic based on business needs and security policies. This helps organizations optimize network performance and protect critical applications. Next is logging and reporting. Next generation firewalls provide extensive logging and reporting capabilities, allowing network administrators to monitor network activity, generate security reports, and analyze incidents for forensic purposes. Next generation firewalls are highly versatile and are used in various network environments, including corporate networks, data centers, and cloud infrastructure. They play a crucial role in protecting against a wide range of cyber threats, ensuring compliance with security policies, and maintaining network performance and availability. Due to their comprehensive security features, next generation firewalls are considered a fundamental component of modern cybersecurity strategies. The next firewall type we'll discuss is host based firewall, also sometimes known as personal firewall. It is a security software or component installed on an individual computer or host system to protect that specific host from unauthorized access, network threats, and malicious activities. Unlike network level firewalls that operate at the network perimeter, host based firewalls are designed to protect the host system itself, providing an additional layer of defense. Let's see the characteristics. First is installation on host systems. Host based firewalls are installed directly on individual computers or devices, such as servers, workstations, laptops, or mobile devices. Each host runs its firewall independently. Next is packet filtering. Host based firewalls perform packet filtering at the network layer, that is layer 3, and transport layer, that is layer 4. They inspect incoming and outgoing network packets and apply predefined rules to determine whether to allow or block the traffic. These rules are typically based on criteria like source and destination IP addresses, port numbers, and protocols. Next characteristic is application control. In addition to packet filtering, host based firewalls can provide application level control. They can recognize specific applications or services running on the host and enforce access policies based on the applications themselves. This allows for granular control over which applications are allowed to access the network. Next is stateful inspection. Many host based firewalls employ stateful inspection, keeping track of the state of network connections and ensuring that incoming packets are part of legitimate established connections. This enhances security by preventing malicious incoming traffic. Next is logging and monitoring. Host based firewalls maintain logs of network activities, including allowed and denied connections, blocked intrusion attempts, and other security events. These logs are valuable for security monitoring and incident response. Next is user and identity awareness. Some host based firewalls can integrate with user authentication systems, associating network traffic with specific users or user groups. This allows for user specific access control and monitoring. The next characteristic is customized security policies. Administrators can configure custom security policies on individual host systems to tailor the firewall's behavior to the specific needs and security requirements of each host. host. This level of customization can be especially important in environments with diverse security needs. Next one is protection against local threats. Host-based firewalls not only protect against external threats but also safeguard the host system from threats originating within the same network or system. Next is intrusion prevention. Some host based firewalls include intrusion prevention features that can detect and block various forms of network based attacks and suspicious behaviors at the host level. Let's see some of the use cases where host based firewalls are commonly used. First is protecting laptops and mobile devices when connected to untrusted networks. Another use case is securing servers and workstations in data centers or remote offices. Another use case is to implement personal firewalls on individual computers to enhance their security posture. Host based firewalls are a valuable security layer, but they are not a substitute for network level firewalls and other security measures. In a comprehensive security strategy, host based firewalls complement network level protections to create a multi layered defense against cyber threats. So, these are the different types of firewalls. I also wanted to add that both ingress and egress filtering are important. So, say this is internet and this is your network, internal network. Ingress traffic is also called inbound traffic and egress is outbound traffic. Ingress traffic refers to data packets that are entering a network from an external source. So this is inbound. This could include traffic originating from the internet, other networks or external devices connecting to the network. Ingress traffic could consist of various types of data such as website requests, emails, file downloads, or requests to access resources hosted on the network. And egress and ingress filtering involves monitoring and controlling incoming traffic to prevent unauthorized access, malicious access to the organization's network. By implementing ingress filtering, organizations can block known threats such as malware, denial of service attacks, and unauthorized access attempts at the network perimeter. So, ingress filtering helps enhance network security by enforcing access control policies, reducing the attack surface, and preventing the infiltration of malicious traffic. Now let's look at egress filtering. So egress traffic is also known as outbound traffic. It refers to the data packets that are leaving the organization to reach an external destination. So this one which is leaving the organization is the outbound or egress traffic. This could include responses to inbound requests, outgoing emails, file uploads, or any other data leaving the network to interact with external systems or devices. So, egress traffic is essentially the network's response to incoming traffic or actions initiated by devices within the network. And egress filtering involves monitoring and controlling ongoing network traffic to prevent data leakage, exfiltration of sensitive information, and unauthorized communication with malicious entities. Egress filtering helps organizations enforce security policies, detect and block outbound threats such as botnet communications or data exfiltration attempts, and maintain compliance with regulatory requirements related to data protection and privacy. So, by implementing egress filtering, organizations can better protect their sensitive data and prevent unauthorized communication with malicious actors outside the network. The next security measure that we will talk about is identity and access management. This is actually a framework of policies, processes, and technologies that ensures the right individuals have the appropriate access to resources within an organization's digital environment. Identity management involves managing the digital identities of individuals or entities within an organization. Each person or entity is assigned a unique digital identity, often in the forms of a username, email address, or identification numbers. Identity management processes include creating, updating, and deleting user accounts, as well as managing user attributes and credentials. Now let's look at access management. Access management focuses on controlling and regulating access rights and permissions granted to users based on their identities and roles within an organization. So, access management involves defining access policies, enforcing authentication and authorization mechanisms, and monitoring user activities to ensure compliance with security policies. So, if you take a classroom as an example, identity management here is that each student in the classroom has their own ID card. This ID card will have their name and picture on it. This ID card represents their identity within the classroom. And the access management is the teacher in charge of deciding who can enter the classroom and participate in different activities. When students want to enter the classroom, they need to show their ID card to the teacher. The teacher checks the ID card to make sure it matches the student's name and picture before allowing them into the classroom. Additionally, within the classroom, there may be certain resources or privileges only certain students have access to. For example, some students might have access to special materials for a science project, while others might not. This control over who can access which resources or privileges is like access management within the classroom. And there is also something called user provisioning and deprovisioning. User provisioning involves the process of creating and granting access to user accounts and resources within an organization systems and applications. So when a new employee joins an organization, user provisioning ensures that they receive necessary credentials, permissions, and access rights to perform their job duties effectively. This includes creating accounts, assigning roles and privileges, and configuring access to relevant systems and data. And then we have user deprovisioning. It is the opposite of provisioning. It refers to the process of revoking access and disabling user accounts. Say when an employee leaves the organization or no longer requires access to certain resources, maybe he's changed his team or moved to having a different responsibility, that is when deprovisioning happens. Deprovisioning ensures that former employees cannot access sensitive data or systems after their departure, reducing the risk of insider threats and unauthorized access. There is another topic which is related, which is called authentication creep. This is also known as entitlement creep or privilege creep. This occurs when users accumulate unnecessary or excessive access rights or permissions over time. This can be either due to change in job roles, system migrations, or inadequate access control mechanisms. As users transition between roles within an organization or gain additional responsibilities, they may acquire additional access privileges beyond what they actually need to perform their current job duties. Suppose you are in a finance department and you have access to many of the financial data. And then after a couple of years, you decide that you want to move to the HR department. Now, if your access is not revoked from the financial data, you will still have access to so many other files that are not required for your HR job. That is authentication creep. So, to mitigate that authentication creep, organizations should regularly review and audit user access rights, enforce the principle of least privilege, implement automated access control mechanisms, and provide ongoing user training and awareness on access management best practices. What is the principle of least privilege? It is granting users only with the minimum access necessary to perform their tasks. This is not only for the users like people, but also for the programs or applications. You give only the minimum access. They need to do their job and nothing more. It's like giving someone a key to just their own office instead of giving them keys to every room in the building. This helps reduce the risk of unauthorized access and keep sensitive information safer.
What is access control? So, in simple terms, access control involves verifying who you are, okay, and determining what you are allowed to do, and based on that, giving you permissions to perform those actions on the resources. For example, right, suppose say you're logging into your email accounts. First thing is it'll ask you for your user ID and then password. This is to verify your identity. Then the system checks to see what resources and actions that you are authorized to access based on your user account, what are the settings that you have set. Okay. Once this is done, the system gives you the permission to access your email and perform any actions that you're authorized to do. Like, for example, sending the emails, receiving the messages, right? So we use something called as access control models to determine who can access a specific resource and what are the actions that they can perform. This is a framework that is usually used in authentication and authorization systems. Okay. Now there are many different types of access control models. Okay. Let's see one by one. What are those? The main types are DAC and non-DAC systems. DAC is nothing but discretionary access control, and non-DAC is, as the name says, non-discretionary. In DAC model, it is a type of access control system where the owner or creator or data custodian decides who can access a resource and what level of access is granted. So the owner of a resource is the decision maker here. Suppose say you create a file, okay, naming file 1. You decide that user 1 can access this and has only read permissions on this file. And then there is user 2 who can read as well as write to this file. So you are the owner of this file and you are deciding what access will the other users have on this file. DAC is implemented using access control lists on objects. Access control list is nothing but the list of permissions associated with a resource. So access control list specifies which users or processes or applications are granted access to the objects. DAC is a decentralized system, okay? Because the owners can change the ACL, that's it, the access control list, whenever they want. DAC is an identity-based model because it relies on the identity of the resource owner to determine the permissions, access permissions, and grant access based on the identity of the user. Like, for example, the owner of a file can assign permissions to individual users or groups based on their identity. So it means that the owner of the resource can decide which users can access it, what actions they can perform on it, and what level of access they have on that resource. Let's see the pros and cons of a DAC system. One of the advantages is that it is flexible because it allows the resource owners to grant or deny access to any user based on their discretion. This also provides fine-grained control over access permissions, okay? And it is also simple to implement as it does not require any complex rules, policies, or processes to control access to resources. This is also comparatively cost effective because it does not require any sophisticated software or hardware to implement access controls. Now let's look at the cons. First is the security risk. Like for example, say the resource owner grants access to somebody that is untrustworthy, or the users with malicious intent. This can result in unauthorized access or data theft, right? And there is a lack of central control here. That means DAC does not have a centralized control, like every resource owner sets their own access control lists, and this can lead to inconsistencies in security policies across an organization. And DAC can also be very challenging to manage in large organizations with many resources and users, as it becomes very challenging to keep track of all the access permissions that are granted. Now let's see what is non-discretionary access control model. In a non-doc model, right, the access to resources is centrally managed. That is, it is determined by a central authority. It is not up to the discretion of the resource owner to provide access here, okay? In non-DAC, the access are based on the policies and rules that are set up by a central authority. Let's see the pros and cons of non-DAC. Okay, first is that it provides better security than a DAC system because the access to resources is based on some predefined set of security policies. Okay, and this makes it difficult for the users to access resources that they should not be accessing, and it provides consistent access control. Like we said, it is based on a centralized policies and rules, right? And this also makes it easier to manage, especially in large organizations with many users and resources. And non-DAC is more scalable compared to the DAC system, as it allows the organizations to easily add or remove users and resources without needing to modify the individual access controls. Okay. Then coming to the cons of non-DAC, it is not very flexible, and also it can be complex to implement because it requires centralized authority to manage access policies all across the resources and users, right? This can be challenging in larger organizations with many resources and users. To sum it up, non-DAC provides greater security and consistency, but it can be challenging to implement it and may limit flexibility. Okay, in DAC it is the opposite. It is flexible, it is easy to implement, but it has some security risks and challenges to manage in large organizations. So in non-DAC there are many different types, like MAC, that is mandatory access control; RBAC, that is role-based access control; ABAC, that is attribute based access control; rule-based access control; risk-based access control, right? We'll go through all of these one by one. The first non-DAC access control model that we'll discuss is RBAC, that is role-based access control. Here, the access to the resources is based on the user roles or job functions, like the name suggests, right? So users are assigned to roles based on their job responsibilities, and permissions are assigned to each role. And then the users are granted access to resources based on the permissions assigned to their role. RBAC is usually implemented using groups. For example, consider a hospital, okay? In hospital, we'll have doctors, nurses, admins, etc. So we can create groups for them. Say there is a doctor group, there is a nurse group, and there is an admin group. And each of these employee types will have different access requirements to the hospital resources, such as, the medical records, patient data, financial information. So based on the role, you add them to the groups, and then permissions are assigned to these groups. For say example, somebody who's in the doctor group, right? That is the person, employee with a doctor role, might be granted permissions to view and edit medical records. But somebody in the nurse role can only view the medical records and cannot edit it. And the employees in the admin group can only see the financial information and will not have access to the medical records of any patients. RBAC helps to enforce least privilege principle, okay? As it ensures that the employees are only granted access to resources that they need to perform their job functions. This also prevents what is called as privilege creep. Privilege creep is the gradual accumulation of, unnecessary access privileges or excessive access privileges that are granted to any user over time. This usually, occurs when users change their roles within an organization or as their responsibilities evolve. Suppose, say, I join the organization as a customer service representative, and I'll have access to all the customer records. Now, over time, I'll decide, okay, I don't want to be a customer service representative and I'll move to a financial area. Now, I have access to the customer records as well as I have access to the financial data. I don't need access to customer records anymore, but I need access to the financial data. So in RBAC, what happens? The roles and permissions are the permissions and rights are assigned based on your roles and not to the individuals. When it is assigned to an individual, it becomes difficult to identify and revoke all of the users' unneeded privileges. I was in the customer representative role before, and now I move on to the financial one. All the central authority needs to do is remove me from this role and add me to this, and I will be given the appropriate permissions, and my unnecessary permissions will be revoked. RBAC is very useful in dynamic environments with frequent employee changes, because admins can easily grant many permissions just by adding a new user to a group. So if you remember, in DAC, everything is controlled by the owners, and in non-DAC or in RBAC, everything is controlled by an administrator. There is another model called as TBAC as well. It is very similar to RBAC. T stands for tasks, okay? That is task-based access control. In RBAC, the users are assigned roles, but in TBAC, the users are assigned their tasks. So the next non-DAC model is rule-based access control. Here the access is provided based on a set of predefined rules, filters, restrictions. These rules are global rules, that is, it is applied to all the subjects, and these rules are defined by the system admin. A very common example of rule-based access control is a firewall, where the firewall filters network traffic based on some rules. The rules might be set to accept only certain type of traffic, like for example, allow only HTTP traffic and block everything else. Or the firewall might be configured to block traffic from certain, IP addresses and allow traffic only for specific ports. And then next we have attribute-based access control. This is an advanced implementation of rule-based access control. In rule-based access control, it is global, okay? It applies to all the subjects equally. But attributes ABAC is more specific. Like for example, say location. You're allowing access to file 1 to the users who are in the location, say US, and for all others, you're denying them. Many of the software-defined networking applications use attribute-based access control. Like for example, say only the users who are using company-provided laptops can access one of the internal networks. ABAC can be, complex to manage and enforce, but it provides fine-grained access. The next non-DAC model is mandatory access control, that is MAC model, okay? This is usually used in high security environments like government, military. Here the access is provided based on the classification labels. Users usually have labels assigned to them based on their clearance level, okay? That is a form of privilege that is provided to that particular user. The objects also have labels which indicate their level of sensitivity. If you look at the US military system, it usually uses labels such as top secret, secret, confidential, okay, to classify their data. So all the top secret data, right, that can be accessed only by the people that have top secret clearance, and the top secret data cannot be accessed by secret and confidential level clearance, okay? Let's create a table to understand this better. So let's consider this. Top secret data that is the label of file 1, file 2 and file 3. File 4, 5, 6 are secret data, 7, 8, 9 are confidential data. There are two different types of MAC model. There are two different types of MAC model. First is the hierarchical model and the other one is the compartmentalized model. In the hierarchical environment, right, if you have top secret data clearance, then you have access to all the files in your label, that is top secret data, and then you also have access to all the lower level access. Like for example, say you have access to secret data as well as confidential data. So if you have top secret level clearance, it will grant access to all the top secret data as well as secret and confidential data. That means if you have clearance in one level, then it grants you access to the subjects in that level as well as the lower levels. But you cannot access the upper level, higher level or upper level subjects. Okay. Suppose say you have secret clearance. Okay. Then you can access file 4, 5, 6 because it is in the same level, and 7, 8, 9 because it is in the lower confidential level. But you cannot access 1, 2 and 3 because it is in the higher level. Okay, that is with the hierarchical model. Now let's see what is compartmentalized model. Compartmentalized model, right, this enforces need to know principle. There is no relationship between these clearances or labels. Each domain represents a separate isolated compartment. Okay, if you have access, if you have top secret clearance, then you can only access 1, 2 and 3, and not even 1, 2 and 3. If 1 is required for your job, then you are accessing only file 1 and file 2 and 3 are not visible to you. Okay, if you have secret clearance, then maybe according to your job you're required to access only file 5 and 4 and 6 are not required. So that is when it enforces need to know principle. There is a hybrid model as well. This is a combination of both hierarchical and compartmentalized concepts. There is another DAC, non-DAC model, which is called as risk-based access control. This is a relatively new concept. Here usually, we use real-time intelligence to gain what is happening, to gain visibility on what is happening, what is the context behind each login. Okay, whenever a user attempts to log in, right, many of the factors are analyzed. Like for example, something related to the device, like if this device was used by this user previously, is this a mobile device, did he ever log in from this device before. Another factor that it can look at is the location. Is it from home location, is it from the office location, has this location been used before. Or it can look at the network as well, like if this IP is a familiar IP, was there a login before using the same IP address. And then other factor to consider is the sensitivity, like for example, is the how important this file is, what is the clearance of this file. Based on the analysis of these factors, either the user can normally log in, like for example provide their user ID password, or sometimes it asks for more proof in the sense maybe it is asking for MFA, it is asking for OTPs, or it is asking you to register the device with the company portal. Something I forgot to mention here is MAC model is also called as lattice model. Okay, because it looks like this, because it looks like a lattice.
What is identification, authentication, authorization, auditing, and accountability in cybersecurity? This is also referred to as IEEE. These are access control concepts that are related to security. Let's say that a user, suppose say user 1, wants to access a file. Okay, maybe it is you and you want to access a file. Here the user is the subject and the file is the object. So for the user to access a file, it has to go through the access control concepts. Okay, first is that it has to establish its own identity. So identification is the ability to identify a user. Like for example, my name is Navya, that is my identity. User or subject can be a system, application, people, process, anything, right? For example, when you try to access a web application on a portal, it usually asks you to log in. When you provide your username on that login page, like for example, your user ID, your email ID, account number, all those are identifications. And if it is an application or process, it can be a process ID, application ID, okay? And most of the times the identity is unique, except for like admin users, right? You just have a user ID called admin. That is not unique. And most of the times the subject's identity, right? It is public information. Like for example, your email address, your name, everything is public. Everybody knows about it. So you cannot log into an application just by having your identification. Like for example, your username, you'll also have to verify it. That verification step is called as the authentication. That is, you're verifying the identity that you claim to be. In a simple web application, how do you verify it? By providing your password. It can be passphrase, password, anything, or it can be your PIN. So the first step is identification and access control, and the next step is authentication. That is nothing but verifying the identification. So the username is public information usually, and the password is private. Only the subject knows what is the password, right? So there are many different types of authentication. Let's see what are those as well. Type 1 authentication is something that you know. Like for example, your password, there is a PIN number that you know, or a passphrase. Then you have type 2, something that you have. It can be like an access card, it can be a token. Type 3 is biometrics, okay? That is your fingerprints, your retina scans, iris scans. And the fourth type of authentication is where you are. That is nothing but the location, like which country you're trying to log in from, or are you logging in from the office. Only provide access to an application only if you are in the office network. So these are the types of authentication. Then we also have something called as single factor authentication, SFA, and multi-factor authentication. Single factor, it is the simplest form of authentication. Like for example, a user, an application, or a process, or a device will have to provide only one type of authentication, like maybe a password or a card, biometrics, or just the location. That's it. Okay. And then we have multi-factor authentication. Like the name suggests, you are using two or more factors. Like for example, you're using a password as well as a token to log in. It is considered to be the strongest form of authentication. So something to remember is that you'll have to use two types for multi-factor authentication. Type 1, type 3, or type 2, type 4, or type 4, type 1. You cannot use password as well as PIN from type 1 and say that is multi-factor authentication. It should be from different types, and only then it becomes multi-factor authentication. Okay, now going back to identification and authentication, first step is identifying the subject, second step is verifying the subject, and then comes the authorization. Once a user is authentication, the access must be authorized. Like for example, if the file say it is a payslip, user 1, that is suppose say Navya, wants to access her payslip. I should be authorized only to look at my payslip and not the other payslips of the other employees, right? That is authorization. Like for example, when you board a flight, you're only supposed to take your seat. You cannot enter the cockpit because you're not a pilot. You're not authorized to be there. That is authorization. Authorization is the rights and permissions that are assigned to the subject. That is, it is determining the level of access to a resource by that subject. So authorization happens after authentication, and then it decides what identity can do and cannot do. Authorization is generally provided by using access control models like MAC, that is mandatory access control, RBAC, role based access control, rule based access control, DAC, discretionary access control. There are many access control models that are used to provide authorization. Okay, now we have the identity, and then we have verified the identity, that is authentication, and then we have also decided what the identity can do and cannot do, that is authorization. Next is auditing. Auditing is monitoring. What is it monitoring? It is monitoring the actions that are taken by the identity or the events that are related to that login, right? Auditing is the programmatic means of, tracking all the actions that were taken by the subject. It is nothing but recording the events, okay? The purpose of doing auditing is to establish accountability, and all these details are recorded in a log file. Okay, auditing is not just recording the subject and objects events, but it also collects logs related to the system. Like, for example, operating systems and many of the applications and services, they have native feature of logs. So why is auditing required? It helps us to detect any malicious activities, any unauthorized activities. It helps us to validate the compliance, the security policies of the organization. It also holds the subject accountable for their actions or activities. Okay. So the next concept is accountability. According to NIST, the accountability is defined as the principle that an individual is entrusted to safeguard and control equipment, keying material and information, and is answerable to proper authority for the loss or misuse of that information. So, to put it in simple words, right, accountability is the ability to hold an individual, that is a subject, user, process, application, accountable for their actions on a object. On an object can be a database, file, application, system, anything. And why do we require accountability? Because it ensures that every information asset is owned. It is talking about the ownership. It can be an information asset, or an action on the information asset is owned by an individual, that is a subject, a user in the organization, and it makes that person responsible for that action or for that information asset. And why is this ownership required? It is required to enforce any organization security policy. So you can have effective accountability only if you can prove a subject's identity and also track their activities. So accountability is reviewing the log files that were collected in the audit term, right? So in auditing, you're collecting the log file. In the accountability, you're reviewing the log file to check for any compliance violations, or all the subjects are doing what they're supposed to do and nothing apart from that. So basically, to identify any malicious or unauthorized activity. Accountability is initiated at the identification step. Something to remember is also that we achieve non-repudiation by all these steps, and that is, non-repudiation is made possible by identification, authentication, authorization, auditing, and accountability. What is non-repudiation? Non-repudiation is nothing but the subject or user who did the activity cannot deny that they did the activity because you have evidence. Next security measure that we will discuss is incident response. Before that, let's learn what is an event, incident, and a breach. An event refers to any observable occurrence or happening within a system or organization. Events can be routine or irregular. It may include activities such as user logins, system changes, network traffic, hardware failures, or software updates. So basically, an event is simply something that is recorded or noticed, regardless of its significance or impact. Now, what is an incident? An incident is an event that has the potential to cause harm to an organization's operations, security, or assets. It signifies an adverse event or situation that disrupts normal operations, compromising security, or violates organizational policies. Incidents may include security breaches, system outages, data breaches, unauthorized access attempts, or malware infections. Suppose, say, there is an event and it is identified as having a negative impact or posing a risk to the organization, then this event is classified as an incident and requires a response to mitigate its effects. Now, what is a breach? A breach refers to the unauthorized access, disclosure, or compromise of sensitive information or systems. It occurs when an attacker gains access to protected data, systems, or networks without authorization, either through exploiting vulnerabilities, bypassing security controls, or using insider privileges improperly. Breaches can result in the theft or exposure of confidential information, financial loss, reputational damage, legal liabilities, and regulatory fines. Breaches are usually considered as severe incidents due to their significant impact on organizations and their stakeholders. Now let's look at incident classification. Incident classification involves categorizing security incidents based on various factors such as their nature, severity, impact, and the resources required for resolution. Classification of incidents helps organization prioritize and allocate resources effectively to respond to and manage security incidents. Let's see some of the common classifications. First one is severity. Incidents may be classified on their severity level ranging from low to critical. Severity helps prioritize incident response efforts, with critical incidents requiring immediate attention due to their significant impact on operation, security, or compliance. Next classification is based on type. So, incidents can be classified based on their type or nature, such as malware infections, phishing attacks, data breaches, denial of service attacks, DOS attacks, unauthorized access attempts, system vulnerabilities, or physical security breaches. Next is impact. Incidents can be categorized based on their impact on the organization, such as financial loss, data loss or theft, service disruption, reputational damage, legal liabilities, regulatory violations, or privacy breaches. Next, source. Incidents may be classified based on their source of origin, such as external threats and insider threats. Examples of external threats include hackers and malware, and insider threats include disgruntled employees or negligent insiders. Then there is also actually environmental factors. For this, the examples include natural disasters, physical security incidents. Next, target. Incidents can be classified based on their targets or affected assets such as networks, servers, applications, database, endpoints like computers, mobile devices, intellectual property, or sensitive information. Next is response time. Incidents may be classified based on their response time objectives, such as incidents requiring immediate response, incidents with defined response windows, or incidents that can be addressed during routine operations. What is incident response and what is its life cycle? Incident response refers to the process of addressing and managing cybersecurity incidents or events that pose a threat to an organization's information systems, network, or data. It involves a coordinated effort to detect, analyze, contain, eradicate, and recover from security incidents in order to minimize damage, restore normal operations, and prevent future incidents. Now that we know what is an incident response, we'll see the life cycle. For this video, we'll refer to NIST SP 861 Incident Response Life Cycle. NIST SP refers to NIST Special Publications. NIST stands for National National Institute of Standards and Technology. It is a federal agency within the United States Department of Commerce. NIST's work is highly regarded globally, and its standards and guidelines are often referenced as industry best practices. These publications provide comprehensive guidelines, standards, and frameworks that organizations can use to assess risks, implement security controls, respond to incidents, and establish effective cybersecurity programs. 861 stands for Computer Security Incident Handling Lifecycle. In that, we'll discuss incident response lifecycle today. As you can see, there are four main phases: preparation, detection and analysis, containment, eradication, and recovery, post incident activity. The first initial phase is preparation. It involves taking proactive measures to prepare for potential security incidents. Let's discuss some of the aspects of the preparation phase. First one is incident response policy and plan. Here we develop an incident response policy that outlines the organization's commitment to incident handling and establishes the objectives, scope, and authorities for incident response. And then we create an incident response plan that provides detailed procedures and guidelines for responding to incidents. The plan should cover various types of incidents, roles and responsibilities, communication protocols, coordination with external entities, etc. The next aspect here is incident response team. Here, an incident response team is formed. This team is comprised of individuals with the necessary skills and expertise to handle security incidents effectively. Here we define roles and responsibilities for team members, ensuring clear lines of communication and decision making during incident response. And then we have training and awareness. Here we provide training and awareness programs to educate employees, including incident response team members and other stakeholders, about their roles and responsibilities in incident handling. We conduct regular exercises and simulations to test the effectiveness of the incident response plan, identify gaps, and improve the overall incident response capabilities. Next aspect is communication and coordination. Here we try to establish communication channels and protocols for incident reporting, escalation, and coordination within the organization. This includes defining points of contact and establishing relationships with external entities such as incident response teams, law enforcement agencies, and regulatory bodies. Next aspect is tools and resources. Here we identify and acquire necessary tools, software, and resources to support incident detection, analysis, containment, eradication, and recovery activities. This may include intrusion detection systems, log management solutions, forensic tools, incident response platforms, etc. And then we have security controls and measures. Here we implement appropriate security controls and measures to prevent, detect, and respond to security incidents effectively. This may include network segmentation, access controls, encryption, logging and monitoring mechanisms, incident response specific technologies, and so on. Next is documentation and reporting. Here we establish guidelines and templates for incident documentation, including incident reports, logs, and records. We also define the process for collecting, analyzing, and preserving evidence during incident response activities. So basically, the preparation phase lays the groundwork for a well-organized and coordinated incident response process. By having a documented incident response policy, a well-defined incident response plan, a trained incident response team, and the necessary tools and resources, organization can be better prepared to handle security incidents effectively and efficiently. So now we know about the preparation phase. The next one is the detection and analysis phase. This phase focuses on identifying and validating security incidents, as well as gathering and analyzing relevant data to understand the scope and impact of the incident. Let's see some of the key aspects of this phase. The first one is incident identification. Here we monitor systems, networks, and security controls to detect potential indicators of compromise or suspicious activities, and then establish criteria and thresholds for identifying security incidents based on predefined rules, alerts, or anomalies, and then receive reports from users, automated systems, or other sources that may indicate a potential security incident. The next one is initial assessment. Here we assess the reported incident or identified indicators to determine if they meet the predefined criteria for a security incident, conduct an initial triage to prioritize incidents based on severity, potential impact, and criticality, and then assign incident handlers or teams to investigate and respond to each incident based on their expertise and availability. And then we have incident validation. Here we validate the reported incident by gathering additional evidence, logs, system snapshots, or network traffic data. We verify the accuracy and legitimacy of the reported indicators through further analysis and investigation. We also determine if the incident is a false positive, an actual security incident, or part of a broader attack campaign. And then we have data collection and analysis. Here we collect and preserve relevant data and evidence related to the incident, ensuring proper chain of custody and integrity. Then perform in-depth analysis of the collected data, logs, system artifacts, or network captures to understand the attack vectors, techniques, and potential impact. Then we identify compromised systems, affected users, or exposed data to assess the scope and severity of the incident. And then we use forensic techniques to reconstruct the timeline of events and identify the root cause of the incident. And then we have communication and reporting. This involves the communication with stakeholders, incident response team members, and management to provide updates on the incident investigation and analysis. And then we document findings, observations, and analysis results in incident reports or case files, ensuring accurate and comprehensive documentation. Then we share the relevant information with external entities such as law enforcement, vendors, or other organizations as necessary and based on organizational policies and legal requirements. So, the detection and analysis phase is crucial for understanding the nature and impact of the incident. It involves a combination of technical analysis, forensic investigation, and collaboration within the incident response team to gather and analyze evidence, validate incidents, and prepare for appropriate response actions. Okay, now we know about preparation and detection and analysis. The next phase is containment, eradication, and recovery. First, let's see about containment. The primary goal is to prevent the incident from spreading and prevent any additional damage. This typically involves isolation, that is, to isolate affected systems or network segments to minimize the impact and prevent the incident from spreading to other parts of the environment. This may involve disconnecting compromised systems from the network or segregating them into isolated segments. Then we have quarantine. Here we quarantine any suspicious files, network traffic, or other artifacts associated with the incident. This helps prevent further propagation and allows for analysis and investigation. And then we implement temporary user access controls or restrictions to limit the privileges or actions of affected users. This helps prevent unauthorized access or malicious activities during the incident response process. And then is the communication. Here we establish effective communication channels within the incident response team and with other stakeholders to coordinate containment efforts. This includes notifying relevant personnel about the incident and providing instructions on appropriate actions to take. The next one is the eradication phase. This focuses on identifying and removing the root cause of the incident. The main objective is to eliminate the vulnerabilities or malicious presence that allowed the incident to occur. Some of the steps that are typically involved in the eradication phase are: first one is investigation. Here we conduct a thorough investigation to identify the root cause of the incident. We analyze logs, system snapshots, network traffic, and any other relevant evidence to understand how the incident occurred and what vulnerabilities were exploited. Then we have patching and remediation. Here we apply necessary patches, updates, or configure changes to address the vulnerabilities that were exploited. This may involve updating software, firmware, or hardware components or reconfiguring systems to align with best security practices. And then we have malware removal, that is to remove any malicious software or code that was discovered during the incident. Here we use appropriate tools and techniques to detect and eliminate malware from affected systems. And then we reset passwords for compromised accounts or systems to prevent unauthorized access or further exploitation. The next one is the recovery phase. The recovery phase involves restoring the affected systems and services to a known good state. The objective is to bring back operations to normal and ensure the integrity of the environment. This involves steps like system restoration, that is, to restore affected systems, applications, and services from trusted backups or rebuild them as necessary. Also, to ensure that the restored components are free from any compromise and thoroughly validated before reintroducing them into the production system. Then we have verification and testing. Here, we verify the integrity and functionality of restored systems through rigorous testing and validation. We conduct vulnerability assessments or pen tests to identify any residual vulnerabilities. And then we implement appropriate change management processes to track and document any changes made during the recovery phase. This ensures proper configuration management and facilitates further audits or investigations. So, to summarize, the containment, eradication, and recovery phase requires a systematic approach to minimize the impact of the incident, remove the root cause, and restore the affected system to a secure and operational state. Okay, now we have discussed the first three phases: preparation, detection and analysis, containment, eradication, and recovery. The final phase is the post incident activity. This phase involves incident documentation. Documenting the details of the incident is essential for future references, analysis, and learning. This includes capturing information such as the incident timeline, actions taken, evidence collected, and outcomes. Thorough documentation ensures that a comprehensive record of the incident is maintained. Next, we have evidence preservation. Here, we preserve any evidence related to the incident for potential legal, regulatory, or internal investigation purposes. This involves securely storing logs, network captures, system snapshots, and any other artifacts that might be relevant for future analysis or legal proceedings. And then we have post incident review. Here we conduct a post incident review or lessons learned session to evaluate the effectiveness of the incident response process. This review involves analyzing the incident handling approach, identifying areas for improvement, and documenting recommendations for enhancing future incident response capabilities. Then we have reporting. Here we prepare incident reports summarizing the incident, the response actions taken, and any recommendations for mitigating similar incidents in the future. These reports are typically shared with management, stakeholders, legal teams, and other relevant parties as required by organizational policies and legal obligations. Then we have communication and notifications. Here we share appropriate information about the incident with stakeholders such as management, customers, partners, or regulatory bodies as necessary. Transparent communication helps maintain trust and facilitates collaboration in mitigating future risks. And then is continuous improvement. Here we use the insights gained from the incident response process to improve security measures, policies, procedures, and incident response plans. And then update the incident response policy, plan, and related documentation based on the lessons learned to enhance future incident handling capabilities. Then is training and awareness. We identify any training or awareness needs that arose during the incident response process. This may involve providing additional training to incident response team members, users, or employees to improve their security security knowledge, incident detection, or response skills. Then there is information sharing. We share relevant information about the incident with external entities such as the other organizations, industry forums, or information sharing communities to contribute to collective security efforts. Sharing incident details and insights helps others enhance their security posture and prevent similar incidents. So, the post incident phase emphasizes the importance of learning from the incident and using that knowledge to strengthen security practices and incident response capabilities. By conducting a thorough review, documenting lessons learned, and implementing recommended improvements, organizations can enhance their resilience against future incidents. Okay, now we know all the four phases of the incident response life cycle. So, first one is prepare, where you establish incident response policies, plans, and teams, and define roles and responsibilities and set up security controls. Then we have detection and analysis phase, where we monitor systems for indicators of compromise, validate security incidents, and analyze data to determine the scope and impact of the incident. Then we have containment, eradication, and recovery phase. Here we contain the incident, remove the root cause, restore affected systems, and prevent further damage or compromise. And whenever here in the third phase we require more analysis, we go back to the second phase where it is detection and analysis. Okay. And the final stage is the post incident activity. Here we document evidence, conduct a post incident review, update policies and procedures, and share relevant information to enhance future incident response capabilities. That is, we send the lessons learned to the preparation phase to implement better security controls and better the capabilities of the incident response teams, users, employees, and so on. The next security control that we will discuss is secure SDLC, that is Secure Software Development Lifecycle. This is a way of making sure that the software is built with security in mind. Security in mind from the very beginning. So, SDLC involves steps like planning, designing, coding, testing, deploying, and maintaining software while considering security at each stage. This helps to prevent security issues and vulnerabilities from sneaking into the software, making it safer for users and less prone to cyber attacks. So essentially, secure SDLC is about building software that is not just functional but also strong and secure. Now let's look at an overview of the key stages of the secure SDLC. First is planning and requirements gathering. Here first you identify security requirements based on business needs, regulatory requirements, and risk assessments. Regulatory requirements is adhering to relevant laws and standards governing data protection to avoid any legal repercussions and maintaining trust with customers and stakeholders. Risk assessment, like I mentioned before, is evaluating potential risks and threats to prioritize security efforts and allocate resources effectively throughout the software development lifecycle. Then the next thing in planning and gathering requirements gathering phases to define security objectives, use cases, and threat models to guide the development process. Then conduct security workshops and stakeholder meetings to gather and prioritize security requirements. Next stage is design and architecture. Here you develop a secure software architecture that incorporates security controls such as authentication, authorization, encryption, logging, etc. Apply secure design principles such as least privilege, defense in depth, fail safe, and so on to mitigate common security risks. So, least privilege is restricting user accounts to only the permissions necessary to their roles, such as allowing regular employees to access specific files or folders but denying them administrative privileges. Similarly, limiting the access rights of software processes to only the resources they need to function. This reduces the potential damage if the process is compromised. Then defense in depth. This is implementing multiple layers of security controls such as firewalls, intrusion detection systems, IDS, antivirus software, and access controls. This is to protect against various types of cyber threats. For example, a network may have a perimeter firewall to filter incoming traffic, and then internal firewalls to segment different parts of the network, and then host based intrusion detection systems to monitor individual servers for suspicious activity. And then we even talked about fail safe defaults. This is configuring systems and applications to default to secure settings, even in the event of misconfiguration or error. For instance, a web server might be configured to deny all incoming traffic by default and only allow access to specific URLs and IP addresses. Similarly, a database may be set up to encrypt sensitive data by default, ensuring that even if access controls are misconfigured, the data remains protected. And the next thing in design and architecture is to conduct threat modeling exercises to identify potential security threats and vulnerabilities and prioritize mitigation efforts. Next stage is implementation and coding. Here you follow secure coding practices and guidelines to write secure and resilient code that is resistant to common security vulnerabilities such as injection flaws, cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, etc. Then you use secure coding standards, frameworks, and libraries to prevent security vulnerabilities and reduce the likelihood of coding errors. Then you perform peer code reviews and static code analysis to identify security issues and enforce coding best practices. Don't worry about some of the terms that we are talking, like, for example, static code analysis. We will talk about this in depth later. And the next thing is testing and quality assurance. Conduct security testing throughout the development lifecycle, including static analysis, dynamic analysis, and penetration testing to identify and validate security vulnerabilities. We will talk about these testing methods later. What is the difference, how they are done, and so on. Then use automated testing tools and techniques to detect security flaws such as input validation errors, insecure configurations, and access control issues. And then perform secure code reviews, vulnerability scanning, and fuzz testing to identify and remediate security weaknesses before software development. Then the next stage is deployment and configuration. Securely deploy software applications in production environments using secure deployment practices such as hardening, patch management, and configuration management. Implement secure development architectures such as containerization, virtualization, and microservices to isolate and protect application components from security threats. Next, configure security controls such as firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and access controls to enforce security policies and protect against unauthorized access. Next step is monitoring and maintenance. Here you implement continuous monitoring and logging mechanisms to detect and respond to security incidents in real time. Perform regular security assessments and vulnerability scans to identify security weaknesses and ensure compliance with security policies and standards. Then maintain and update software applications regularly to address security vulnerabilities, apply security patches, and improve overall security posture. Next stage is incident response. and remediation. So, here you develop and implement incident response plans and procedures to effectively detect, respond to, and recover from security incidents. You establish a dedicated IR team and then define their roles and responsibilities for responding to security incidents. Also, conduct post incident reviews and lessons learned sessions to identify root causes, remediation actions, and process improvements to prevent similar incidents in the future. So, that is about secure SDLC. Now, let's look at some of the secure coding best practices, like the ones that we mentioned here, secure coding practices and guidelines. We'll see a few of them now. So, what are secure coding practices? It is a set of rules or guidelines, techniques, or best practices that are used by the developers when they write a code, software code. This is mainly to minimize the security vulnerabilities and mitigate the potential risks. Now let's discuss some of the key secure coding practices. The first coding practice that we'll discuss is input validation. This is a process to check and verify the information or data that a user enters into a software application. Okay, it makes sure that the data is safe, it is valid, and it is in some expected format. Okay, think of it like a gatekeeper, who's checking who's entering a party. Okay, gatekeeper's role is to make sure that only invited guests get inside the party, right? Exactly like that. In software, input validation acts as a gatekeeper to filter out any harmful or incorrect information. Let's see some of the examples of input validation. Suppose, say, there is a form on a portal website that you need to enter your age. So here you can make sure that only numbers are allowed for any user to input the data because it is age. And you can also make sure that the age is between a reasonable range, like for example, say 1 to 150. Another example is email validation. Suppose, say, you're signing up for an account. Input validation ensures that the email address entered follows the correct format, like, at gmail.com, right? When you're creating a password, you can input validation is used to check the password strength. It checks if it meets certain criteria, like, minimum length, inclusion of both letters and numbers. There is one special character. Even when you upload files, it can check for the size, only so and so size is allowed, or this file type is allowed. This can help to prevent uploading any potentially harmful files. Okay, input validation helps to protect the software application from various types of attacks. Okay, like for example, SQL injection, cross-site scripting. It prevents data corruption by ensuring that only valid and expected data is accepted. It helps maintain the integrity of the application's data. Another coding practice that we'll discuss is secure communication. That is, it is a practice of employing encryption and secure protocols to protect data that is transmitted over networks. Okay, this makes sure that the data is confidential and it cannot be easily intercepted or tampered by an unauthorized individual. Like for example, you're encrypting your data and then you're using secure protocols, like for example HTTPS, SSL, TLS, to provide a secure channel for data transmission between a client, like for example a web browser, and a server. So these protocols established an encrypted connection, okay, between the client and the server, and make sure that the data exchange between them remains confidential and protected. And then we can use authentication. Authentication steps make sure that the client and the server, right, they know each other. This is to prevent any unauthorized entities from intercepting or impersonating the communication. Okay. Then the third practice is use of secure libraries and frameworks. So we have to make sure that only well-known and reputable libraries and frameworks that have like a great track record of being secure and regularly updated are being
used in your applications. Like, for example, instead of writing your own encryption algorithm, you can use well-known library like OpenSSL or Bcrypt. Or instead of creating your own password management system, you can use a well-known and tested library to manage your passwords. And then we have authentication and authorization. Authentication makes sure to verify the identity of a user, and authorization tells us which user can do what. Okay. So we need to implement secure authentication and authorization mechanisms to provide access to the users and make sure that they have appropriate access privileges based on their roles and permissions. Then the fifth secure coding practice is related to the password storage. Make sure that the passwords are either encrypted or hashed. You can also add salt to the passwords to prevent brute force attacks. Okay. And passwords should never ever be stored in plain text. And another secure coding practice is to avoid hard coding sensitive information, like, for example, your passwords, your API keys, or any other sensitive information in your source code, your configuration files, or database tables, right? Never hard code them. Like, you can store sensitive information in environment variables, which are separate from the source code, and it might make it more difficult for the attackers to access it. Proper error handling is required to prevent information leakage that can be exploited by any attacker. Okay. Like, for example, instead of showing a detailed error message, that is revealing sensitive information, show something that is very generic. This is the display page that we are talking that is displayed to the user. Okay. So you can have all the details in a log file and display very generic and minimal error message to a user. Like, for example, you can avoid revealing too much information about the server, like, stack traces or server software versions should not be displayed. The next secure coding practice is to have the software updated regularly with latest security patches and fixes. This is to address any known vulnerabilities. Okay. And you need to make sure that all software dependencies, frameworks, libraries are all up to date with the latest security patches and updates. The next practice is secure deployment. Make sure that you securely deploy the software by minimizing the attack surface. That is, you're using secure configurations and secure infrastructure. For example, you can deploy the applications in secure containers and use secure network configurations to protect any unauthorized access. Another secure coding practice is awareness and training. This is to provide security awareness and training to the developers so that they know what is a secure coding practice and how to mitigate risks, why is it important, and how does it affect an organization or a person. The next coding practice is security testing. That means you're performing regular security testing, such as, pen tests, that is penetration testings or code reviews to identify vulnerabilities and weaknesses in the application's code. This allows us to proactively address any potential security risks. Okay. You can use automated security testing tools for this. You can also hire a security expert to conduct penetration testing and identify any vulnerabilities. The next practice is secure third-party dependencies. That means in coding, it refers to the external libraries or frameworks or components that the developers utilize in their software applications. Okay. You have to make sure to use these dependencies very secure and responsible manner to minimize the risk of introducing vulnerabilities or any weaknesses into an application. Why do people usually use third-party dependencies? It is mostly because to save time and effort in creating their own. Okay. But at the same time, you have to make sure you evaluate the security of these dependencies, and when they are kept up to date, you have to keep monitoring the security advisories. The developers should stay informed about any security vulnerabilities associated with their third-party dependencies, or if there is any patch released for these third-party dependencies that needs to be deployed. So these are some of the key secure coding practices. Next security defense strategy is threat modeling. This is a systematic approach to identifying and mitigating potential security threats and vulnerabilities in software applications or systems.
It involves analyzing the system's architecture, design, and functionality to understand how attackers might exploit weaknesses and compromise security. Think of threat modeling like playing a game of what if for your software or system security. So you sit down with your team and brainstorm all the ways a bad guy could try to break into your system. For example, they might try to steal passwords, crash your website, or trick users into giving away sensitive information. Let's see the steps involved in this. First one is identifying assets. Determine what assets need protection, such as sensitive data, user credentials, or critical system components. Next step is identifying threats. Identify potential threats that could exploit vulnerabilities and harm the assets. This could include threats like unauthorized access, data breaches, denial of service attacks, and so on. Next step is identifying vulnerabilities. So you identify weaknesses or vulnerabilities in the system that could be exploited by threats. This could include insecure authentication mechanisms, lack of encryption, or insufficient input validation. Next is you assess risks. So you assess the likelihood and impact of each threat exploiting vulnerabilities. Determine which threats pose the most significant risk to the assets. That is prioritization. Next step is mitigation. Develop and implement mitigation strategies to reduce the identified risks. This could involve implementing security controls such as access controls, encryption, or intrusion detection systems. Next step is to validate and iterate. So you validate the effectiveness of the mitigation strategies and iterate on the threat models as needed. Regularly review and update the threat model to account for changes in the system or emerging threats. Next security control strategy is security testing. This is the process of evaluating the security of a software application, system, or network to identify and address vulnerabilities that could be exploited by attackers. There are several types of security testing, each focusing on different aspects of a software application, system, or network. Let's see some of the common types of security testing. First one is vulnerability assessment. This type of testing involves scanning the system for known vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and weaknesses that could be exploited by attackers. Vulnerability scanners are used to identify potential security risks across the network, operating systems, applications, and database. Next one is penetration testing. This is also called as a pen test or ethical hacking. This involves simulating real world attacks to identify and exploit security vulnerabilities in the system. Penetration testers attempt to gain unauthorized access to the system, escalate privileges, and exfiltrate sensitive data to assess the effectiveness of security controls and defenses. So, in a penetration test, vulnerability assessment, the one that we discussed here, serves as the initial step where the known vulnerabilities are systematically identified within the environment. So, vulnerability assessment focuses primarily on identifying vulnerabilities, but penetration test takes it a step further by actively probing and exploiting these vulnerabilities to assess the potential impact and repercussions. By simulating real world attack scenarios, penetration testing provides deeper insights into the effectiveness of security controls and the organization's readiness to withstand cyber threats. But it has its own inherent risks, including the possibility of causing downtime or unintentionally expose sensitive data. Therefore, carefully planning, coordination, and communication are essential to minimize these risks and ensure a controlled testing environment. This includes getting proper authorization by senior management, to conduct penetration testing, defining the scope and objectives, scheduling testing during off peak hours, and implementing safeguards to prevent data breaches or disruptions to critical systems. Then the next type of testing is SAST. This is static application security testing. This involves analyzing the source code, bytecode, or binary of an application to identify security vulnerabilities and coding errors without executing the program. So here you don't execute the program. So you are conducting the test without executing the program. That's why it's called static test. It focuses on identifying issues such as buffer overflows, SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and other code level vulnerabilities. Next type of testing is DAST, that is dynamic application testing. This involves testing a running application from the outside to identify security vulnerabilities and weaknesses while the application is in its operational state. DAS tools simulate real world attacks by sending malicious inputs and analyzing the application's responses. Next type of testing is fuzz testing, also known as fuzzing or fuzzing testing. This involves feeding a system with large amounts of invalid, unexpected, or random, that is fuzz data. This is to identify vulnerabilities such as buffer overflows, memory leaks, and other software bugs. Fuzz testing tools generate and input various types of malformed data into the target application or system, aiming to trigger unexpected behavior and uncover potential security weaknesses. The next type of testing is IAST. This is interactive application security testing. This combines both the elements of SAST and DAST. This is done by instrumenting the application code to monitor and analyze its behavior during runtime. IaaS tools provide real-time feedback on security vulnerabilities detected within the application's code base and execution environment. This approach offers deeper insights into the application security posture, and also it reduces false positives compared to traditional SAST and DAST methods. Next type of testing is RASP. This is runtime application self-protection. This is a security technology that embeds security monitoring and protection capabilities directly into the application runtime environments. So it intercepts and analyzes application requests and responses in real time, identifying and blocking potential security threats and attacks. It can detect and prevent various types of attacks, including SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and other application layer vulnerabilities. So these are some of the types of testing, security testing methods. Next defense technique that we will talk about is vulnerability management. We already talked about vulnerability assessment a little bit, but now the broader topic, vulnerability management. So you already know vulnerabilities are weaknesses or flaws in software, hardware, networks, or processes. And these weaknesses can be exploited by attackers to compromise the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information systems. Let's see some of the examples of vulnerabilities. The first category is software vulnerabilities. In this first, we have buffer overflows. This is a programming error. This occurs when a program tries to store more data in a buffer. Buffer is a temporary storage area. So if you store more data in the buffer that it is intended to hold, this leads to memory corruption and potential code execution by an attacker. The next type of software vulnerability is SQL injection. We have mentioned this before a couple of times. But just to recap, this is where an attacker inserts malicious SQL code into input fields of a web application. This allows an attacker to execute unauthorized SQL commands and potentially gain access to the underlying database. Next software vulnerability is cross-site scripting, XSS. This is again a vulnerability in web applications. This allows attackers to inject malicious scripts into web pages viewed by other users. This can lead to the theft of sensitive information or unauthorized actions on behalf of the victim. So imagine you are visiting a website. This is the website. This is a social media platform, and say you can see a place where you can leave comments, and you decide to leave a comment saying, hi everyone. Now, what if instead of this normal comment, you could leave something sneaky in a secret message that only you and the website know about? That's what an attacker does with cross-site scripting. Instead of just leaving this, he might inject a malicious code. So first thing that the attacker does is to find a website where you can input some text like a comment or message, something like that. And then he will not leave a regular comment like this, but a sneaky one, and he will insert a special code along with their message. And this code is hidden like a message waiting to do something when someone else reads it. So when someone else comes along and reads the comment, their web browser sees this sneaky code and thinks it's a normal part of the website. So it executes the code not knowing it's bad. And this code might do all sorts of harmful things like stealing personal information, logging keystrokes, or even taking control of the user's account. The next software vulnerability is remote code execution. This is a vulnerability that allows an attacker to execute arbitrary code on a target system or application remotely. This can lead to full compromise of the system. Let's say that you are using a messaging app on your computer. You receive a message from a friend, and when you open it, there is a link included in this. And this link contains a malicious code. So the vulnerability can be that the messaging app, this app itself has a vulnerability in its code that allows attackers to inject their own code through links. This flaw could be due to poor coding practices or outdated software. So the attacker sends a message with a link that contains malicious code. When you click on this link, the malicious code is executed. It is, say, executed within the message app. Because of the flaw in the messaging app, the malicious code isn't just displayed like a regular web page. Instead, it takes advantage of the flaw to run its own commands on your computer. This could allow the attacker to take control of your computer remotely, access your files, or install malware without your knowledge. So we looked at the examples of software vulnerability. Let's see some of the network vulnerabilities now. First one, open ports and services. So unused or unnecessary network services running on servers or devices can serve as entry points for attackers if left unsecured. Then weak encryption. So weak encryption is another vulnerability. The use of outdated or weak encryption algorithms and protocols can expose sensitive data to interception and unauthorized access. Then another vulnerability is man-in-the-middle attack. That is, attackers intercept and manipulate communication between two parties. This allows them to eavesdrop on sensitive information or modify data in transit. Next type of vulnerabilities are hardware vulnerabilities. First one is meltdown and Spectre. So, CPU vulnerabilities that allow attackers to access sensitive information from memory, including passwords and encryption keys, by exploiting speculative execution techniques. Next one is physical access exploits. Here, attackers gain unauthorized access to hardware devices such as servers, computers, or IoT devices. This is to extract sensitive data or install malicious firmware or hardware implants. Next type of vulnerabilities are human factor vulnerabilities. First one in this is social engineering, that is manipulating individuals into providing confidential information or performing actions that compromise security. This is often done through methods such as phishing, pretexting, or impersonation. Next, insider threats. These are malicious or negligent actions by employees, contractors, or other trusted individuals that result in the unauthorized access, theft, or leakage of sensitive information. Next category in vulnerabilities is configuration and policy vulnerabilities. First is weak passwords. So, use of easily guessable or default passwords for accounts, systems, or devices can be exploited by attackers to gain unauthorized access. Next is lack of security updates. Failure to apply patches and updates to software, operating systems, and firmware can leave systems vulnerable to known exploits and malware. And then misconfigured firewalls and ACLs. So, if you improperly configure firewalls and access control lists, then unauthorized traffic can be allowed to pass through, or you might end up blocking legitimate traffic. This can lead to security breaches or disruptions in network connectivity. Then there is also improper file and directory permissions. So, incorrect file or directory permissions that allow unauthorized users to read, write, or execute files they shouldn't have access to potentially can lead to data leakage, modification, or execution of malicious codes. Then default configurations in applications. So you should not ship an application with default configurations that are not secure into production environments. Failure to review and adjust default settings can lead to security weaknesses. This applies to everything, like for example, cloud services, other services, servers, computers, laptops, all the endpoints, web applications. So you need to make sure that the default configurations are checked, reviewed, and if they are not secure, they are changed to a secure setting. Now that we know about vulnerabilities, let's look at what is vulnerability management. It involves identifying, assessing, prioritizing, and mitigating security vulnerabilities in systems, applications, and networks. Let's look at a structured approach to set up this program. First is establish ownership and responsibilities. So you assign roles and responsibilities for vulnerability management within your organization. This typically involves designating a team or individual responsible for overseeing the process. Next one is asset discovery and inventory. So you identify all the assets within your organization's network, including hardware devices, software applications, and systems. And then you maintain an up-to-date inventory of these assets, including information such as asset type, location, version numbers, and associated vulnerabilities. Then the next step is vulnerability assessment. So conduct regular vulnerability assessments using automated scanning tools or manual methods. Scan both internal and external network infrastructure, systems, and applications to identify vulnerabilities. Classify vulnerabilities based on severity, impact, and exploitability. Next step is prioritization. So you prioritize the identified vulnerabilities based on factors such as severity, CVSS score, potential impact, on business operations and relevance to your organization's environment. Consider factors such as the presence of active exploits, the criticality of the affected systems, and regulatory compliance requirements. So I mentioned CVSS score here. What does it mean? It's a standardized system for assessing the severity of software vulnerabilities. There are numerical values assigned to vulnerabilities to help organizations prioritize their remediation efforts. They range from zero point 0 to 10.0. So this 10 is the highest critical vulnerability. 0 means there is no vulnerability. 9 to 10 is critical. 7 to 8.9 is high. 4 to 6.9 is medium. Dot 0 to 3.9 is low. After prioritization, the next step is patch management. So, what is a patch? It refers to a piece of code or software update that is designed to fix or improve a program, application, operating system, or firmware. Patches are released by software vendors or developers to address security vulnerabilities, performance issues, or other shortcomings identified in their products. So, in this step, that is patch management, you establish a patch management process first that includes procedures for testing, deploying, and validating patches. Then you regularly monitor vendor security bulletins, alerts, and advisories to identify available patches for known vulnerabilities. Then you test the patches in a controlled environment to ensure compatibility and minimize the risk of unintended consequences. Then you deploy patches in a timely manner, prioritizing critical and high risk vulnerabilities first. Then implement change management procedures to track and document patch deployments. We'll talk about this later, change management. And there is this step called remediation. Patch management is a part of remediation step. So here you develop and implement remediation plans to address identified vulnerabilities. Depending on the severity and criticality of vulnerabilities, remediation actions can include applying patches, implementing temporary workarounds, or temporary mitigations, or isolating affected systems from the network. And then you monitor the effectiveness of remediation efforts and verify that vulnerabilities have been successfully addressed. Next is continuous monitoring. So you implement continuous monitoring mechanisms to detect new vulnerabilities and changes in the security posture of your environment. Conduct regular vulnerability scans and assessments to identify emerging threats and vulnerabilities. And then you stay informed about security trends, threat intelligence, and industry best practices to adapt your vulnerability management strategy accordingly. So that's it about vulnerability management. If you want to know more about it, there are other in-depth videos for 2 hours or 3 hours. I will link them in the description box. The next defense strategy that we will discuss is change and configuration management. This is a crucial aspect of IT service management and cybersecurity. It involves managing changes to IT systems, infrastructure, applications, and services in a controlled and systematic manner to minimize disruption, maintain stability, and ensure compliance with organizational policies and standards. Let's see some of the important steps that are involved in change and configuration management. First is to establish policies and procedures. So you define clear policies, procedures, and guidelines for managing changes and configurations within the organization. And you also document the change management process, including roles and responsibilities, approval workflows, and change categories. The next step is change request submission. Change request can be for, say, installing security patches, bug fixes, updates for operating systems, applications, and firmware, or hardware upgrades and replacements, or network configurations such as modifying network settings, including IP addresses, subnets, VLAN configurations, routing protocols, firewall rules, access control lists, or they can be software deployments and rollbacks. That is, you're deploying new software applications, or upgrading a software, or you're adjusting system configurations, including performance settings, logging levels, authentication mechanisms, encryption algorithms, and other parameters to optimize performance, security, and compliance. So it can be anything, change or configuration. So in this step, you implement a formal process for submitting change requests, which includes capturing essential details such as the nature of the change, justification, why is this change required, potential impact, and proposed implementation plan. That is, how will the change be implemented. You also need to ensure that the change requests are submitted through designated channels and include all necessary information for evaluation and approval. The next step is change, evaluation, and prioritization. Assess each change request to determine its potential impact on IT services, infrastructure, and business operations, and then prioritize changes based on factors such as urgency, risk, business impact, and alignment with organizational objectives. Then conduct impact assessments, risk analysis, and feasibility studies to evaluate the implications of proposed changes. The next step is change approval and authorization. So, establish a formal change advisory board or change management authority responsible for reviewing and approving change requests. Ensure that change approvals are granted based on predefined criteria, taking into account potential risks, dependencies, and resource requirements. You also need to make sure to obtain appropriate authorization and sign off from stakeholders before implementing approved changes. Next step is change implementation. So you have detailed implementation plans and change schedules outlining the steps, resources, and timeline for executing approved changes. Coordinate change implementation activities across relevant teams and stakeholders to minimize disruption and ensure smooth execution. And then you monitor progress during the implementation phase, promptly addressing any issues or deviations from the plan. Next step is change review and documentation. So you conduct post implementation reviews to evaluate the success of changes, identify lessons learned, and capture feedback for future improvements. You need to document the outcomes of change reviews, including any unexpected issues, corrective actions taken, and recommendations for process enhancements. So you maintain comprehensive records of all changes, including change requests, approvals, implementation details, and post implementation reviews. Also, if the change did not work as you intended, you need to have a rollback plan where you can get the system back to its previous proper state. Next, there is configuration, identification, and baseline management. So, what is a security baseline? It is the minimum set of security configurations and settings that should be applied to various components of an IT infrastructure, such as operating systems, network devices, databases, and applications. These baselines are often developed based on industry best practices, regulatory requirements, and organizational security policies. So, in the configuration, identification, and baseline management step, you establish CMDB, that is Configuration Management Database, or configuration management system, to maintain accurate records of configuration items, that is CIs, and their relationships. And then you define configuration baselines for different environments, like, for example, development, testing, and production, to capture the authorized state of CIs at specific points in time. Implement mechanisms for tracking changes to CIs, ensuring that unauthorized modifications are detected and addressed promptly. Next is configuration, control, and auditing. So here you implement controls to manage changes to configuration items effectively. This can include version control, access restrictions, and change tracking mechanisms. And you conduct regular configuration audits to verify the accuracy and integrity of configuration data, and this identifies discrepancies and non-compliance with established baselines. And then you address any discrepancies or unauthorized changes through corrective actions, ensuring that configuration data remains accurate and up to date. So that's it about control and change management. For all of these, there are different videos, in-depth explanation. You can go through them. I will link all of them in the description box. The next security strategy that we will discuss is security policies. These are a set of documented guidelines, rules, and procedures established by an organization to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of its information systems. So, these policies basically outline the organization's approach to managing security risks, protecting sensitive data, and maintaining compliance with relevant laws. Let's see some of the common types of security policies. First one is information security policy. This overarching policy sets the foundation for the organization's approach to information security. It defines the organization's commitment to safeguarding information assets and outlines high-level security objectives, responsibilities, and governance structure. Next is Acceptable Use Policy, AUP. This establishes guidelines for acceptable and appropriate use of organizations' IT resources, including computers, networks, internet access, and software applications. It outlines permissible activities, prohibited behaviors, and consequences for policy violations. So this mostly applies to all the employees in the organization, or contractors, partners who are using your information systems. Next one is data classification policy. This policy defines the criteria and procedures for classifying information assets based on their sensitivity, criticality, and regulatory requirements. It specifies the security controls and access restrictions that apply to each classification level to ensure appropriate protection and handling of sensitive data. Like, for example, if it is very sensitive, then you might enable MFA for it. If it is like public data, then you might not require MFA. And if it is very sensitive, it might be restricted, like a file or a directory might be restricted only to a couple of employees in the organization. But if it is public data, it can be available to everybody. Next is access control policies. This outlines the principles and procedures for controlling access to information resources and systems. It defines user authentication mechanisms, authorization processes, RBAC, role-based access control, and least privilege principles to enforce access restrictions and prevent unauthorized access. Next, there is password policy. This establishes the requirements for creating, managing, and protecting user passwords. It defines, say, password complexity standards, how complex it is supposed to be, passwords, and then expiration intervals. So you'll have to reset your password after 3 months or 6 months. And then reuse restrictions, like you cannot use the same password that you have used last time. And mechanisms for password storage and encryption. This is to enhance authentication security and prevent password related vulnerabilities. So these are some of the policy examples. There can be other policies as well, like, incident response policy, which is talking about the procedures for detecting, assessing, and responding to security incidents and data breaches. There can be encryption policies, which specifies the use of encryption techniques to protect sensitive data at rest, in transit, and during processing. Then there can be remote access policy, which talks about the use of remote connectivity technologies such as VPNs and remote desktop services. There can be physical security policy that addresses the measures to protect facilities, equipment, and sensitive information from unauthorized access, theft, vandalism, and natural disasters. And there can be a compliance policy that ensures that the organization adheres to relevant laws, regulations, contractual obligations, and industry standards related to information security and privacy. So, these are just a few examples of security policies. Next topic that we will discuss is Security Operations Center, often called as SOC. SOC is a team responsible for monitoring, detecting, analyzing, and responding to cybersecurity threats and incidents within an organization's IT environment. SOC is often considered the first line of defense in an organization's cybersecurity strategy. SOC serves as a proactive and continuous monitoring center that is actively scanning networks, systems, and applications for signs of potential security threats and anomalies. Something to remember is SOC and incident response teams both play critical roles in organization cybersecurity program. So SOC focuses on proactive threat monitoring and incident detection, while the IR team specializes in reactive incident response and recovery efforts. So let's look at some key responsibilities of SOC. First one, like we mentioned, it is continuous monitoring. The team continuously monitors the organization's network, systems, and applications for signs of security threats and anomalies. Then, threat detection. SOC analysts use security tools like SIM, that is Security Information and Event Management Systems, IPS, IDS, intrusion detection and prevention systems, and then EDR, endpoint detection and response tools to detect potential security incidents. Another responsibility is incident triage. So, SOC analysts triage security alerts and then prioritize them based on severity and investigate potential security incidents to determine their nature and scope. Next is threat intelligence analysis. So, SOC analysts collect and analyze threat intelligence data to stay informed about emerging threats and vulnerabilities relevant to the organization. Next one is security incident response coordination. So, the SOC team coordinates incident response efforts, collaborates with other cybersecurity teams, especially the incident response team, and ensures that security incidents are addressed promptly and effectively. So, we mentioned a couple of tools here. Let's see what those are. First one is SIM. SIM stands for Security Information and Event Management. It refers to a comprehensive approach to security management that combines the capabilities of SIM, that is Security Information Management, and SEM, that is Security Event Management. So, SIM focuses on collecting, analyzing, and storing log data from various sources within an organization's IT infrastructure. So, these sources may include, like, it collects log data from network devices, servers, applications, databases, and security appliances. So, SIM provides a centralized platform for aggregating and correlating log data to gain insights into security events, user activities, and system behaviors. Then SEM, Security Event Management. This focuses on real-time monitoring, detection, and analysis of security events and incidents. It involves the correlation of security events generated by different sources to identify potential threats and anomalies. So, SEM uses rules, signatures, and behavior analytics to detect suspicious activities, unauthorized access attempts, malware infections, and other security related events. So, both of these together form the core of a SIM solution and they provide a lot of capabilities. Let's see them one by one. First is to collect and centralize log data from diverse sources across the IT infrastructure, and then analyze and correlate security events in real time to identify potential threats and security incidents. Next, it generates alerts and notifications for suspicious activities, policy violations, security breaches, etc. Then it automates incident response actions and workflows to mitigate security risks and minimize the impact of security breaches. Some automation capabilities are provided by these new SIMs, but actually we use source solutions for this automation. So this stands for security orchestration, automation, and response. Usually, SOAR tools are used along with SIM tools, and then SIM solutions also support compliance requirements by providing audit trails, reporting capabilities, and evidence of security controls. So, we said it can generate alerts and notifications. These some of the examples of these alerts can be for multiple failed login attempts, unusual user account activity, like for example somebody is logging in from an unfamiliar location. All these days you have been logging in from New York, all of a sudden you will log in from Boston. That is an unusual user account activity that triggers an alert. Or if you are logging in after the business hours, that is also an unusual activity. And then if there is any execution of known malicious files, suspicious network connections, or any changes to critical file systems, an alert can be generated. Whenever there is any abnormal network traffic, such as sudden increase in data transfer volume, connections to known malicious IP addresses, or unusual protocol usage patterns, that also can generate alerts. And many things can generate alerts, like if there is a denial of service attack that might happen, potential, so that can send alerts to, like, sudden increase in network traffic or requests. That is an indication of DOS attack. And then there is excessive resource consumption, like for example high resource utilization of CPU, memory, or disk space can trigger an alert. Or if somebody is trying to download unauthorized software, sharing sensitive data externally, all these can generate alerts. And these alerts are usually sent to the SOC team for them to action it. And then they triage the alerts and then send it to the incident response team if they confirm it is an actual incident. Next is EDR, endpoint detection and response. This is a cybersecurity technology that focuses on monitoring and protecting endpoints such as desktops, laptops, servers, and mobile devices from cyber threats, malicious activities, and security breaches. EDRs continuously monitor endpoint activities, including file system events, process executions, network connections, registry changes, and user behaviors in real time. EDR solutions use behavioral analysis and machine learning algorithms to identify abnormal and suspicious activities on endpoints. So, by establishing a baseline of normal behavior, EDR tools detect deviations that may indicate potential security threats or malicious behavior. They are designed to detect wide range of security threats, including malware infections, ransomware attacks, insider threats, fileless attacks, and advanced persistent threats. that is APTs. They also help in incident investigation. That is, when a security threat is detected, EDR solutions provide detailed visibility into the endpoint's activities before, during, and after the incident. This helps security analysts investigate the root cause of the threat, understand its impact, and determine the appropriate response actions. And EDR solutions often include automated response capabilities to enable real time threat containment and remediation. This may involve isolating compromised endpoints from the network, terminating malicious processes, quarantining infected files, or rolling back unauthorized changes. Because they capture and store endpoint telemetry data, they also help in performing forensic analysis and also to reconstruct the timeline of events associated with a security incident. This helps identify the tactics, techniques, and procedures TTPs used by attackers and enhance future threat detection and prevention efforts. And then EDRs can integrate with SIM solutions and threat intelligence feeds to enhance threat detection and response capabilities. By correlating endpoint data with network and security event data, organizations can gain a holistic view of their security posture. Next, let's talk about anti malware solutions. So, this focuses on traditional malware detection and prevention, but EDR also provides advanced threat detection, incident response, and forensic capabilities to defend against sophisticated cyber threats. So, anti malware solutions use various techniques to detect, prevent, and remove malware infections, including viruses, worms, trojans, ransomware, spyware, and adware. Let's see some of their key features. First one is signature based detection. So, traditional antivirus solutions use signature based detection techniques to identify known malware based on their unique signatures or patterns. So, what this antivirus solution does, if it is scanning, like, say, a file or a program, it compares its signature against a database of known malware signatures. If a match is found, the antivirus flags the file as malicious and takes appropriate action such as quarantining it or deleting it. Next key feature is heuristic analysis. So, anti malware solutions employ heuristic analysis to detect previously unknown or zero-day malware that do not have known signatures. Heuristic analysis involves analyzing the behavior and characteristics of files or programs to identify suspicious patterns or behaviors indicative of malware. This allows antivirus software to detect and block new malware variants based on their behavior, even if they have not been seen before. Next is anti malware solutions provide real time protection by continuously monitoring file system activities, network traffic, and system processes for signs of malware infections. Real time protection ensures that threats are detected and blocked before they can compromise the system or cause damage. Antivirus software regularly updates its malware signature database and detection algorithms to stay current with the latest threats. Next, let's talk about IDS and IPS. IDS is intrusion detection system. IPS is intrusion prevention system. They are both used to safeguard computer networks against malicious activities. So IDS is passive and IPS is active. So IDS passively monitors network traffic and system logs to detect suspicious behavior such as unauthorized access attempts or malware infections. Once it notices something like that, it issues an alert to notify the security personnel. But IPS, on the other hand, not only identifies potential threats but also takes active measures to block or mitigate them in real time. By automatically responding to detected threats based on predefined security policies, IPS prevents malicious traffic from compromising the network. While IDS provides visibility into security incidents for manual investigation and response, IPS adds proactive security enforcement capabilities, enhancing overall network protection. The next topic that we will learn is threat intelligence. This refers to information collected, analyzed, and interpreted to understand cyber threats and vulnerabilities that could potentially harm an organization's assets, infrastructure, or operations. This data is typically gathered from various sources, including open source intelligence, proprietary data feeds, government agencies, security vendors, and industry specific information sharing groups. So, threat intelligence helps organizations proactively identify, prioritize, and mitigate potential risks by providing insights into various factors. Let's see what are those. First is threat actors. So, here you understand the capabilities, tactics, techniques, and procedures of cyber threat actors such as hackers, cyber criminal organizations, or nation state actors. Next is attack vectors, that is, identifying the different methods and strategies threat actors use to infiltrate systems such as malware, phishing, or exploitation of software vulnerabilities. Next is assessing vulnerabilities or weaknesses in software, hardware, or organizational processes that could be exploited by threat actors to compromise systems or data. Next, indicators of compromise, IOCs. These are specific artifacts or activities that indicate a security incident or potential breach. It can be malicious IP address, domain names, file hashes, or patterns of suspicious behavior. Next is trends and patterns, that is, analyzing historical data and emerging trends to anticipate future threats and develop effective security strategies and countermeasures. Next is it provides contextual information about threats, including their relevance, severity, and potential impact on specific industries, regions, or technologies. So, organizations use threat intelligence to enhance their cybersecurity posture by integrating it into various security processes and technologies such as intrusion detection systems, SIM solutions, firewalls, and EDRs. Next, we will talk about email filtering. This is a cybersecurity measure used to identify and block potentially malicious or unwanted emails from reaching users' inboxes. This helps protect against various email based threats such as phishing attacks, malware distribution, spam, and other types of cybercrime. Let's see some key aspects in this. First one is spam detection. Email filters use algorithms and heuristics to analyze incoming emails and identify characteristics commonly associated with spam. These include suspicious sender addresses, unusual formatting, and patterns indicative of bulk email campaigns. Next is phishing protection. Email filters can detect phishing attempts by analyzing email content, links, and attachments. They may compare sender information against known phishing databases or use machine learning algorithms to identify phishing patterns and techniques. Next, malware scanning. Email filters scan email attachments for known malware signatures and behavioral indicators of malicious activity. They may use antivirus software or sandboxing techniques to analyze attachments in a controlled environment and detect any malicious behavior. Next is content filtering. Email filters can enforce content based policies to block emails containing inappropriate or sensitive content such as adult content, profanity, or confidential information. Content filtering rules can be customized based on organizational policies and regulatory requirements. Next, sender authentication. Email filters verify the authenticity of email senders using various authentication mechanisms such as SPF, that is Sender Policy Framework, DKIM, domain keys, identified mail, DMARC, domain based message authentication, reporting, and conformance. So it uses these mechanisms to verify the authenticity of email senders. So these mechanisms help prevent email spoofing and domain impersonation attacks. And the next key aspect is whitelisting and blacklisting. Email filters maintain lists of trusted senders, that is the whitelist, and known malicious senders, that is the blacklist. Emails from whitelisted senders are allowed through without further scrutiny, while emails from blacklisted senders are automatically blocked or flagged as suspicious. Next is real-time analysis. Advanced email filtering solutions incorporate real-time threat intelligence feeds and behavioral analysis techniques to identify emerging threats and zero-day attacks. They can adapt dynamically to new threats and adjust filtering rules accordingly. Next is user quarantine and reporting. Email filters quarantine suspicious emails in a separate folder or provide users with options to report potential threats. Administrators can review quarantined emails, release legitimate messages, and take corrective actions as needed. Next topic we will discuss is sandboxing. This is a cybersecurity technique used to isolate and execute untrusted or potentially malicious code in a controlled environment called sandbox. The goal of sandboxing is to analyze the behavior of suspicious files, applications, or processes without risking harm to the underlying system or network. So let's see how it works. First is sandboxing involves creating a restricted environment that is separate from the primary operating system or network. So in this restricted environment, untrusted code can be executed safely. This isolation prevents any malicious activity from affecting the host system or network. Next, suspicious files, applications, or processes are introduced into the restricted environment, that is the sandbox, for analysis. This could include email attachments, downloaded files, web browser content, or software installations. So once inside the sandbox, the untrusted code is allowed to execute. This is under close observation. Sandboxing tools monitor the behavior of the code, including file system interactions, network communications, system calls, and registry modifications. So sandboxing solutions use dynamic analysis to observe the runtime behavior of the code as it executes. This involves capturing system events, analyzing code execution paths, and monitoring for signs of malicious behavior, such as attempts to access sensitive data or exploit vulnerabilities. In addition to dynamic analysis, sandboxing tools may also perform static analysis on suspicious files to identify known indicators of malware, such as file signatures, file structures, or embedded code patterns. So based on the observed behavior and analysis results, sandboxing solutions can classify the file or application as either benign or malicious. If malicious activity is detected, appropriate mitigation actions can be taken, such as blocking network communications, terminating processes, or quarantining files. Sandboxing solutions also generate detailed reports and alerts to provide visibility into the analysis, process, and the findings. This information helps security analysts understand the nature of the threat, assess its impact, and take remedial actions to protect the organization's assets. Next topic is honeypots and honeynets. These are cybersecurity deception techniques used to detect, analyze, and deflect attacks by luring attackers. So they lure the attackers into controlled environments designed to mimic real systems and networks. So a honeypot is a decoy system or service deployed within an organization's network to attract and deceive attackers. They are generally designed to appear as legitimate targets, such as vulnerable servers, applications, or network services. So, you have this honeypot. When attackers attempt to exploit the honeypot, they interact with it just like they would with a real system. This allows security teams to monitor their activities and gather valuable intelligence about attack techniques, tools, and motives. So, by analyzing the data collected from honeypots, organizations can gain insights into emerging threats, zero day exploits, and attack trends, enabling them to strengthen their defenses and proactively mitigate risks. So, now let's see what is a honey net. This is a network of interconnected honeypots. So, many honeypots interconnected within a network is a honey net. They consist of multiple honeypots strategically distributed to mimic various network segments, services, and systems within an organization's infrastructure. What is cloud computing? On the screen is from NIST 800-145. The NIST special publication 800-145 is for cloud concepts and definition. You can see a lot of words here, right? Like ubiquitous, convenient, shared pool, rapidly provisioned, minimal service provider interaction, on-demand network access. You don't have to worry about these now. We will talk about all of these terms when we discuss the key characteristics of cloud computing. For now, just understand that cloud computing is a delivery model which provides all these services that you can see in this picture, like for example, networking, server, storage, a number of applications to its customers. Now let's talk about the key characteristics of cloud computing. The first characteristic of cloud computing is on-demand self-service. Because of this characteristic, right, the customer can rapidly provision the resources without any or minimal interaction with the cloud service provider. So what happens in the traditional environment? If you want to get a server, right, you will have to request for it. The request will have to get picked up by, say, the infrastructure team. They will ask for your manager approval, then you have to get it approved. Once it is approved, you have to justify why you need this resource, and then the infrastructure team would take its own sweet time to get you a server. This might take like several days or even weeks, but this happens in cloud with a click of a button. This is an amazing feature, but it comes with its own disadvantages, like for example, lack of governance. This feature, on-demand self-service, provides the ability for the users to, spin up their own resources, like for example, VMs, virtual machines, by themselves without any process, provisioning, or approval. This can lead to lack of governance and eventually lead to, violating the organizational policies. This can result in something called as shadow IT. Shadow IT occurs when cloud users access and use cloud systems and resources that have not been authorized by their organization. Okay, this can add up to a lot of cost to the organization. This is sometimes called as an expense of no use. The next key feature that we will talk about is broad network access. The slogan of this characteristic is access what you want when you need from any location, from any device over the internet. This offers the always on or always accessible feature. Broadband network access also comes with cons, that is disadvantages. Like for example, if the data can be accessed from any location and the data can be in any location, right, legal compliance becomes very complicated. Also, we need to consider bring your own devices. We'll have to consider how we manage these devices. Not all personal devices are set with the security level that matches with that of the organization, right? How to provide secure access from bring your own devices to the resources resources. So there are many complications here as well. The next key characteristic is resource pooling and multi-tenancy. Both of them work together. This talks about abstraction and apportion of resources across multiple consumers. This is one of the most important concepts of cloud computing. This forms the basis of cloud computing. In traditional environment, right, most of the resources are either underutilized or overutilized. For example, during their peak hours, a traditional server might be taking 90% of its resource utilization, and during the other times, only 10% of its resource utilization. So either you're wasting it or overusing it. This is not a problem in cloud because cloud services are grouped together or pooled together and shared among multiple customers. Then when one customer server needs more resources, right, cloud service provider allocates more resources to that server. When the same server has less load, the very same resources are allocated to the other customer's server. This is done in a very systematic way and make sure there is no resource wastage. Now let's see about the cons associated with resource pooling and multi-tenancy. The auditing becomes difficult because of resource pooling and multi-tenancy. Also, because multiple customers are sharing the resources, there can be resource exhaustion for one customer because the other customer took up all the resources, right? There can be inference, there can be information leakage from one VM to another VM or from VM to hypervisor. Also, forensics becomes very difficult. Data destruction is very complicated because multiple customers are using the same resources and you don't have access to everything other than what is allocated to you. Also, because a large set of resources are pooled together, maybe these resources from different locations, right? Location control is very difficult and this might complicate the compliance. The next topic is rapid elasticity. Let's talk about scaling before we try to understand what is rapid elasticity. This picture here shows us how scaling works. Scaling is the process of adding or removing resources. This can also be called as provisioning or deprovisioning of resources. Suppose say you have a virtual machine. Cloud provides you a way to increase or decrease the size of the VM or amount of VMs based on the demand. When I say size, it means power of the VM. That can be CPU, memory, storage, network bandwidth, right? If the power of the VM increases like this, then it is called as scaling up. If it decreases, then it is called scaling down. And scaling up and scaling down is together called as vertical scaling. Here we are increasing the size of the VM. There is only one VM and we are increasing or decreasing the size of that VM. Then there is something called as horizontal scaling. Here the amount of VMs, the number of VMs, we are increasing or decreasing. Scaling in is where you decrease the number of VMs. Scaling out is where you increase the number of VMs. Now that you understand what is scaling, it is very easy to understand rapid elasticity because rapid elasticity is nothing but dynamic scaling. So you don't have to do it manually, but automatically the scaling happens as per the demand. So let's talk about the cons of rapid elasticity. One of the cons is abuse of cloud services. Like for example, there is a DOS attack on one of your VMs, right? That can result in provisioning a lot of resources, hence increasing the cost. The next key characteristic that we will talk about is measured service. This is also called as pay as you go. So here the customers are charged only for the resources that they use. It's just like, paying your electric or water bill. This is one of the most attractive features of cloud computing from a cost perspective. In cloud, right, you can actually granularly measure resource usage, control it, report it, or get alerted when you near or exceed the maximum usage limit. Cloud Service Provider, CSP. Cloud Service Provider is a company or organization that delivers or offers cloud computing services and resources to customers over the internet. Customers can be individuals, businesses, or other entities. And these cloud services can include computing power, storage, networking, and various applications. CSPs operate and manage data centers with the infrastructure required to provide these cloud services. Next, cloud service customer. So I mentioned cloud service provider, CSP offers cloud services to customers, right? That customer is called cloud service customer. A cloud service customer is an individual or organization or entity that utilizes or consumes cloud services and resources offered by a cloud service provider, that is CSP. Cloud service customer can purchase, rent, or lease cloud computing services. Now, let's talk about the cloud service models. This is based on the services offered by the cloud service provider. There are three types of service models. First one is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. To understand this, let's see how, if we want to set up a server, how it will be in cloud. First, let's say there is a server. Okay, this has the memory, motherboard, CPU, right? And then for the connectivity, to connect everything, we need the routers, switches, internet. This is the connectivity part. And then we have storage, which is HDD, SSD, right? And then this is the hardware part. And then we have something called as virtualization software. This is to run like multiple VMs on the same server so that we don't waste space, memory, CPU, right? And then we have the operating system, that is Windows, Linux, and then we have the middleware, and then there is runtime. Runtime can be, if it is web application, it can be IIS. If it is container, it can be Docker. And then we have the application itself, and then there is our data. So it looks like a lot of layers, right? But this can be grouped into three major sections. The hardware and the virtualization software part is called the infrastructure. And then we have runtime, middleware, and OS. This is the software which is required to run the application. It is not the application itself, okay? This is the platform part. And then we have the application and the data, which is our software. Suppose, say, if somebody is taking care of the entire thing from the hardware, so infrastructure is hardware and the virtualization software, right? Including this, and then we have the OS, runtime, middleware, and data application. If everything you're taking care of, then it is the on-prem structure, that you're taking care of everything, you're not taking help from cloud service provider. If the hardware and the virtualization software is provided by the cloud provider, okay, and then the consumer is installing the OS, middleware, application, and the data, then it is called as infrastructure as a service. This is the basic model that is provided by any cloud service provider, okay, and it is least expensive also. Mainly the use cases for infrastructure as a service is for BCDR. It can be used as a warm site where the physical space is provided by the provider and the connectivity as well, and virtualization software and everything that is required to install the application, that is OS, runtime, middleware, and application. Everything is done by the consumer. It can be also used mainly for storage, archiving, backups. Infrastructure as a service is a service where the consumer has the most control over the security of their data. Okay, so when I say least expensive, right, it is least expensive in terms of what you're paying to the provider, but consumer will have to take into consideration that we might need extra staffing, IT staffing, to make this entire thing work, because OS responsibility, middleware, runtime, application, data, everything falls to the consumer. So the physical part of the infrastructure, server, network, storage, is completely the responsibility of the cloud service provider. But with virtualization software, what happens? Because the OS is installed by the consumer and as well as configured by the consumer, this affects the underlying system's security majorly. Okay, that's why what happens, the infrastructure security is shared between the cloud service provider provider and the cloud consumer in infrastructure as a service model. This part here, whatever the security is shared. Okay, now that we know how infrastructure as a service works, what are the responsibilities of whom? So physical security is completely of cloud service provider, but the virtualization over the infrastructure part, infrastructure security depends on both consumer and the provider. Now we will talk about platform as a service model. In platform as a service, vendor takes care of the OS part as well. So the vendor, the cloud service provider, is responsible for patching, administrating, and updating the OS as necessary and keeping security in mind. Okay. And the consumer can install any software that is useful for them and run their application. The common use case for this is software development. It is very much used in software development as the consumer can test their software in an isolated environment without risking to damage the production. Okay. And also they can test their software across a range of OS platforms. Since not worrying about the OS, they can only concentrate on developing the application. So the entire infrastructure part, right? It is the responsibility of the cloud service provider. Cloud service provider takes care of the infrastructure security completely in platform as a service. But when it comes to the platform, right, some of the configurations are still done by the consumer. So what happens? That becomes the shared responsibility of consumer and the provider. Now let's see what is software as a service model. Okay, in this, for example, Google Docs, Office O365 of Microsoft, your Gmail account, everything is a SaaS solution. In this, the entire platform and infrastructure part is the responsibility of the cloud service provider. Here, the cloud vendor is responsible for administrating, patching, and updating the software, that is the application part as well. What is the cloud consumer responsible for here is to upload and process the data. Okay. But there are some configurations, applications or configurations that are maintained by the consumer. So this part becomes the shared responsibility of the cloud provider and the cloud consumer. Okay. So what do we understand from here is that the physical part, server, network, storage, this is a physical part. This is always the responsibility of the cloud service provider. The data is ultimately the responsibility of the cloud consumer. So if we see the shared responsibility model, right? All the yellow part is the cloud consumer responsibility. Suppose say in infrastructure as a service. Okay. All this GRC, data, application security, platform security is all the responsibility of cloud consumer. The infrastructure part in infrastructure as a service, that is your clue, is the shared responsibility of both cloud consumer and the cloud provider. These ambiguous, that is the shared areas, right? That is where the risk is the highest because both the parties are responsible for it and both the parties should establish a strong separation of duties and responsibilities in order to protect themselves because both of them have different goals. Like cloud consumer, they want to maximize their computing capabilities and security while minimizing their costs. But the vendor, what do they want? They want to maximize their profits by minimizing what they provide. Okay, this is both in terms of utilities and security. So the shared area should always be mentioned in the SLAs who should be responsible for what exactly, very specifically. Okay. And in platform as a service, till GRC, data security, application security, all this is cloud consumer responsibility. The platform security becomes the shared responsibility of both consumer and the provider. Okay. In software as a service, the application security becomes the shared responsibility. Okay. And underlying all this is cloud provider, solely the responsibility of cloud provider, that is platform security, infrastructure, and physical security in SaaS. So, virtualization forms the basis of cloud computing. So, think of this of a way to make one computer to act like many computers. So, imagine you have a very powerful computer. Instead of running just one OS and a couple of programs on it, virtualization lets you create multiple virtual computers inside this one powerful computer. And these virtual computers, these are called as virtual machines, VMs, act like real computers. They can run their own operating systems, software, and even connect to the internet. So, this one powerful computer shares its resources like its processor, that is CPU, memory, RAM, and storage space among all the virtual computers. So, with virtualization, you can create, delete, and move these virtual computers around easily like building blocks. This flexibility makes it easier to manage your computing resources and use them more efficiently. So, now that you understand what is virtualization, let's see its key components. The first one is called hypervisor. This is also known as VMM, that is Virtual Machine Monitor. This is a software layer that abstracts physical hardware, that is physical hardware resources, and allocates them to multiple virtual machines, VMs. There are two types of hypervisors. One is called type 1 and the other one is type 2. Type 1 is also called as bare metal hypervisor. It runs directly on the physical hardware without needing any underlying operating system. Okay. Type 1 is considered to be more secure because it reduces the attack surface because there is no operating system on top of physical hardware. Type 2 is called hosted hypervisor, and this runs on a software application on top of an existing operating system. Another key component is virtual machines. These are, like we discussed, software based representations of physical computers. Each VM operates independently, that is, running its own operating system and applications. And every VM is isolated from each other. So, this VM is isolated from all the other VMs on the same host. Next key component of virtualization is guest operating systems. So, each virtual, this is your hardware and you have many virtual machines. Each virtual machine runs its own guest operating system, and this can be different from the host operating system. It doesn't have to be the same. So if you have Windows host operating system, you can have Linux guest operating system. Next is resource pooling. Virtualization enables the pooling and abstraction of physical hardware resources such as CPU, memory, storage, and network bandwidth. These pooled resources can be dynamically allocated to virtual machines based on demand. This allows for efficient resource utilization and scalability. Next is isolation. So, virtualization provides strong isolation between virtual machines, ensuring that each VM operates independently of each other. So, this isolation helps prevent interference and conflicts between VMs, and this enhances security and stability. Next is virtualization platforms often include features such as snapshotting and cloning. This allows administrators to create copies of virtual machines at specific points in time. Snapshots capture the state of a VM, including its disk, memory, and configuration settings. So you can clone the VMs to create identical copies of VMs for testing, development, or disaster recovery purposes. Next is live migration. Advanced virtualization platforms support live migration or vMotion, allowing virtual machines to be moved seamlessly between physical hosts without interrupting services or disrupting user access. Live migration helps optimize resource utilization, load balancing, and maintenance activities. Next is virtualization enables the implementation of high availability and fault tolerance. These features ensure continuous operation of critical workloads by automatically restarting VMs on healthy hosts or maintaining redundant copies of VMs in case of hardware failures. What is high availability? High availability refers to the ability of a system or service to remain operational and accessible for users over extended periods. This is typically measured in terms of uptime percentage, like for example 99.99% availability. So high availability solutions are designed to minimize downtime and service interruptions by implementing redundancy, failover mechanisms, and proactive monitoring to quickly detect and recover from failures. Let's see some of the common high availability techniques. First one is redundant hardware components like servers, network devices, storage arrays. This is to eliminate single points of failure. Next is clustering, multiple servers or nodes working together to provide continuous service availability is clustering. If one server fails, then the other one takes over seamlessly. Next is load balancing, that is distributing incoming traffic across multiple servers to ensure optimal performance or availability. Next one is automated failover, that is automatically switch to backup systems or resources in case of failure without requiring manual intervention. Now let's look at what is fault tolerance. Fault tolerance refers to the ability of a system or component to continue operating correctly and providing services in the presence of hardware or software failures. So even when the hardware or software fails, fault tolerance is that the system continues to operate correctly. So high availability focuses on minimizing downtime and recovering from failures. But fault tolerance aims to prevent failures from impacting service availability altogether. Let's see some common techniques helping fault tolerance. First one is duplication or mirroring of critical components. This is creating identical copies of hardware or software components to provide redundancy and ensure continuous operation. Next is error detection and correction. So implementing mechanisms to detect and correct errors in real time, such as ECC, that is error correcting memory in hardware, or checksums in data transmission. Next is isolation and containment. So you design systems with built-in isolation barriers to prevent faults or failures in one component from affecting others, such as process isolation in the operating systems. Next topic is BCDR, that is business continuity and disaster recovery. So these are strategies and practices that organizations implement to ensure uninterrupted operations of critical business functions and the rapid recovery of IT systems and data in the event of unexpected disruptions, disasters, or emergencies. Let's look at business continuity first. This focuses on maintaining essential business operations and services during and after a disruptive event. It involves identifying critical business processes, dependencies, and resources, as well as assessing risks and vulnerabilities that could impact business continuity. Business processes, dependencies, and resources as well as assessing risks and vulnerabilities that could impact business continuity. So, strategy for business continuity includes developing contingency plans, establishing redundant systems and resources, and implementing measures to minimize downtime and maintain essential services. Next is disaster recovery. This involves the process of restoring IT systems, applications, and data to normal operation after a disruptive event. This includes creating recovery plans, defining recovery objectives, like what downtime can the organization be okay with, or how much loss of data can the organization tolerate. All these come under recovery objectives. And then this also includes identifying recovery strategies and resources. DR solutions typically include backup and replication of data, off-site storage, failover and failback mechanisms, and testing and validation of recovery procedures. And what is defense in depth? It is a security strategy that aims to protect systems, networks, and assets by employing multiple layers of security measures. It is based on the principle that no one single security measure can provide complete protection against all threats, and that a combination of overlapping defenses is needed to effectively mitigate risks. Actually, the concept of defense in depth has its origin in military strategy, where it was used to fortify castles and military bases. By incorporating multiple layers of defensive measures such as walls, towers, tunnels, the defenders made it increasingly difficult for attackers to breach their defenses and gain access to the heart of the fortification. The same approach was later adopted in the field of cybersecurity as the complexity and sophistication of cyber threats increased. Instead of solely relying on a single layer of defense, such as like a firewall, defense in depth emphasizes the implementation of complementary security controls and measures at different layers of an organization's infrastructure. Like you can see in this picture, it has multiple layers of security measures. There are many other names to defense in depth, like layered defense, castle approach. Layer defense, you would have guessed that it is because it uses multiple layers. Castle approach draws an analogy to the fortified castles of old, where multiple layers of defense were used to protect against attacks. Then it is also called as defense in layers, sometimes called as depth and complexity. Actually, this phrase emphasizes the need for depth and complexity in security measures to create a robust defense system. It is also called as defense in breadth. This term focuses on the broad coverage and comprehensive nature of the defense strategy, spanning multiple areas and layers of security. Regardless of the name used, the core concept remains the same, that is, implementing multiple layers of security measures that work together to enhance the overall security posture and make it more challenging for adversaries to successfully breach an organization's defense. The adoption of a defense in depth approach helps organizations mitigate risks, detect and respond to security incidents more efficiently and effectively, and reduce the potential impact of successful attacks. It promotes a proactive and holistic approach to security, taking into account various threat vectors and potential vulnerabilities across different layers of the infrastructure. The layers of defense in depth can vary depending on the specific context and system. Today, we'll discuss some of the commonly employed layers, like you can see in this image. Let's see these layers one by one. First is the data layer. Like the name suggests, this layer focuses on protecting sensitive and critical data within an organization. This layer aims to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data assets, whether they are stored, processed, or transmitted. Let's see some of the measures that an organization can consider to implement the data layer effectively. First is Data classification. We need to start by identifying and classifying data based on its sensitivity and importance. This helps prioritize security controls and allocate resources accordingly. Then comes data encryption. This is to protect data both at rest and in transit. Encryption ensures that even if data is accessed or intercepted, it remains unreadable without the proper decryption keys. Then we have access controls. This is to limit data access only to authorized individuals who have a legit need. Then we have DLP solutions, data loss prevention. These solutions monitor and prevent unauthorized access, transmission, or leak of sensitive data. DLP technologies can identify and block sensitive data from being transmitted via email, web applications, or other channels. Then we have backup and recovery, data backup and recovery. This is to protect against data loss due to accidental deletion, hardware failure, or cybersecurity incidents. You should regularly back up critical data, but also not forget to test the restore process to ensure the data integrity. Next, we have secure data storage. You have to make sure that the data is stored securely, whether it is on premises or in the cloud. You can implement access controls, encryption, or the other security measures like we discussed to protect data repositories and databases. And then we have data monitoring and auditing. This is to detect and investigate any unauthorized access or suspicious activities related to data. You need to monitor data access logs, perform regular security audits, and leverage security information and event management, that is SIM systems, for centralized data monitoring. So these are some of the measures that can be implemented at the data layer. Next, we'll see the application layer. So the application layer in defense in-depth strategy focuses on secure software applications that are used in an organization. This layer aims to protect applications from vulnerabilities, unauthorized access, and malicious activities. Let's see some of the measures related to the application layer. First one is the secure development lifecycle. We need to implement secure coding practices throughout the software development lifecycle, like train developers on secure coding techniques, perform code reviews, use automated tools for vulnerability scanning, etc. Next one is the input validation. You need to validate and sanitize all user inputs to prevent common web application vulnerabilities such as cross-site scripting, SQL injection attacks, okay? And also consider output encoding, okay? Then we have authentication and authorization. Strong authentication mechanisms, including multi-factor authentication, that is MFA, needs to be implemented to verify the identities of users accessing the application. Enforcing appropriate authorization controls ensure users have access only to the functionality they require. Another measure is session management. This is to protect session identifiers and prevent session hijacking or fixation attacks. We need to ensure that session tokens are randomly generated, encrypted, and invalidated after logout or inactivity. And then we have error and exception handling. This is to avoid revealing sensitive information or system details to attackers. We need to make sure that we provide meaningful error messages to users without disclosing system vulnerabilities. Another measure is secure configuration. We need to ensure that application servers, frameworks, and dependencies are properly configured with secure settings. Disable unnecessary features, apply security patches, and follow vendor best practices for hardening the application environment. Then we have secure file and resource handling. This is to prevent unauthorized access, directory traversal, or file upload vulnerabilities. You need to validate file types, limit file upload sizes, and store uploaded files in secure locations. Then we have security testing and vulnerability assessment. We need to conduct regular security testing, including penetration testing and vulnerability assessments, to identify and address application vulnerabilities. You can use automated tools and manual testing techniques to uncover potential weaknesses. So these are some of the application layer measures. Now let's see about internal network. Actually, perimeter and internal network are both related to network security. Let's see how they are different and what makes them important. Perimeter refers to the boundary or outer edge of a network infrastructure. The internal network refers to the interconnected systems, devices, and resources within an organization's network infrastructure. Perimeter represents the point where an organization's internal network interfaces with the external network or the internet. Internal network includes all the network components and assets that reside within the organization boundaries. Perimeter security focuses on protecting the boundary or outer edge from unauthorized access and external threats, whereas internal network security focuses on protecting the network from threats that may arise from within the organization or after an external breach. Now, let's see how perimeter security can be implemented. You can deploy firewalls at the network perimeter to monitor and control incoming and outgoing traffic, configure them to enforce security policies, block malicious traffic, and log events. You can use both traditional stateful firewalls and next generation firewalls. Then we can implement IDS or IPS solutions at the network perimeter to detect and prevent attacks targeting the external facing systems. Configure these systems to identify known attack patterns, perform anomaly detection, and respond to potential attacks. Then we have the demilitarized zone. DMZ, we need to establish a DMZ to separate public facing systems such as web servers or email servers from the internal network. Configure the DMZ with additional security measures such as reverse proxies or application firewalls to protect the internal network from direct exposure to the internet. Then we have secure gateway. We can deploy secure gateway technologies such as secure web gateways and secure email gateways to filter and scan incoming internet traffic for malicious content, including web threats, malware, or phishing attempts. Configure these gateways to block or quarantine suspicious content. We can also implement WAFs, that is, web application firewalls, to protect web applications from common web based attacks such as SQL injection, cross site scripting, or remote file inclusion. Configure WAFs to inspect and filter incoming web traffic, detect anomalies, and apply security policies. Now, let's see how internal network security can be implemented. We can consider network segmentation. That is, we can divide the internal network into separate segments or zones based on security requirements and data sensitivity. We can implement network segmentation using technologies like virtual LANs, that is VLANs, and software defined networking, that is SDN, to isolate critical systems and limit lateral movement in case of a breach. Then we can set up strong access control. This is to restrict network access based on the principle of least privilege. We can utilize technologies such as firewalls, ACLs, that is access control lists, network access control, that is NAC, solutions to ensure granular access policies and authenticate users before granting access to the internal network. Then we can utilize network monitoring tools to continuously monitor network traffic, detect anomalies, and identify potential security incidents. You can monitor logs, network flows, and security events to gain visibility into network behavior and quickly respond to any unauthorized activities. Then we can also implement secure remote access such as VPNs, that is virtual private networks, to allow remote users to access the internal network securely. Always utilize strong authentication mechanisms and encryption to protect data in transit. Okay, now we know about perimeter security and internal network security. Now let's see the physical security part. The physical layer, as the name suggests, focuses on protecting the physical assets and infrastructure of an organization. It involves implementing measures to safeguard physical locations, facilities, equipment, equipment and hardware from unauthorized access, theft, damage, or tampering. The physical layer is crucial as it forms the foundation upon which other layers of security can be built. Let's see some of the key aspects and implementation strategies for the physical layer. First is the perimeter protection. That is, you can implement physical barriers such as fences, gates, walls to control access to the premises. You can utilize access control systems like key cards, biometric authentication, or security guards to manage and monitor entry points. Then we have facility security, that is to install surveillance cameras and alarm systems to monitor and record activities around the premises. We can employ security personnel or guards to patrol and respond to security incidents. Make sure to control and monitor visitor access through visitor management systems or sign in processes. Then we have data center security. You can implement access controls for data center entry, including biometric authentication and secure access cards. Ensure environmental controls such as temperature and humidity monitoring to protect critical infrastructure. Again, deploy video surveillance, motion sensors, and intrusion detection systems to monitor data center areas. Then we have equipment protection. You need to physically secure critical hardware components such as servers, networking devices, and storage devices by locking them in secure cabinets or server racks. Make sure to use cable locks or anchor kits to secure laptops and desktops to prevent theft. You can implement physical asset tracking and inventory management to account for equipment location and prevent unauthorized removal. Then we have secure disposal and destruction. We need to establish processes for secure disposal of sensitive physical assets, including hard drives, media, tapes, or printed documents. Ensure the use of appropriate disposal methods such as shredding, degaussing, or secure e-waste disposal to prevent data leakage. Then we also have to consider emergency preparedness. We need to develop and implement emergency response plans, including evacuation procedures, fire suppression systems, and disaster recovery protocols. We need to conduct regular drills and training sessions to ensure employees are aware of emergency procedures and can respond effectively. Then we have vendor management. Implement controls and vetting processes for third party vendors who have physical access to your premises or handle sensitive equipment. Maintain clear contracts and agreements outlining security expectations and responsibilities for vendors. We also need to consider employee awareness. Employee awareness needs to be considered at every stage. We'll discuss it when we go to the policies and procedures and awareness. So these are the measures related to the physical layer for now. Now let's talk about policies and procedures, and then we'll take up awareness. Policies and procedures focus on establishing clear guidelines, standards, and practices to govern security related activities within an organization. They provide a framework for employees, contractors, and other stakeholders to understand and follow security best practices, ensure consistent and effective security measures are in place. Let's see how this can be implemented effectively. First is risk assessment. Conduct a thorough risk assessment to identify potential security risks and vulnerabilities specific to your organization. This assessment helps prioritize security needs and guides the development of policies and procedures. Then we have security policies. We need to develop comprehensive security policies that cover various aspects of information security, such as acceptable use policy, access control policy, data handling policies, incident response policies, data retention and destruction policies, and many more policies like this. These policies outline the expected behavior, responsibilities, and consequences for non-compliance. Then we have policy review and approval. Ensure that security policies are reviewed and approved by relevant stakeholders, including management, legal, and compliance teams. This helps validate their alignment with organizational objectives and regulatory requirements. Then we have policy distribution and awareness. That is, we need to communicate security policies to all employees and stakeholders through training sessions, awareness campaigns, and regular reminders. Make policies easily accessible through an internal portal or document management system. And then we have procedure development. Translate security policies into practical procedures that provide step by step instructions on how to implement security controls. Procedures may include incident response procedures, password management procedures, access provisioning or deprovisioning procedures, and more. Then we have employee training. Conduct regular security awareness and training sessions to educate employees about security policies and procedures. Training should cover topics such as phishing awareness, password hygiene, secure use of company resources, and reporting security incidents. Then we have compliance monitoring. We need to establish mechanisms to monitor and enforce policy compliance. This may include regular audits, security assessments, internal control evaluations, etc. Non-compliance should be addressed through appropriate disciplinary actions or corrective measures. Then you need to develop an incident response plan. This plan should outline the steps to be taken in case of a security incident. The plan should define roles and responsibilities, communication protocols, escalation procedures, and recovery processes. Then we have policy review and update. Regularly review and update security policies and procedures to address emerging threats, technology advancements, and regulatory changes. Engage relevant stakeholders in the review process to ensure ongoing relevance and effectiveness. Then we have continuous improvement, that is, foster a culture of continuous improvement by gathering feedback from employees, conducting post incident analysis, and staying informed about emerging best practices. Use this information to refine policies and procedures accordingly. We covered awareness and training as well here, like employee training, policy distribution, and awareness. Just to add more, there should be awareness and training programs on phishing and social engineering, password security and authentication, safe browsing and internet usage, data handling and confidentiality, physical security and asset protection, incident reporting and response, ongoing training and updates if there is anything cascaded to the users or employees. So, all this should be included in your awareness and training plan. Actually, guys, I forgot to talk about the host layer. Let's complete that as well. So, there is another layer in defense in depth called host layer. Host layer focuses on securing individual hosts such as servers, workstations, or other endpoints within a network. It aims to protect these hosts from various threats, including unauthorized access, malware, data breaches, and other security risks. Let's see some of the common practices to implement host layer security. First one is deploying endpoint protection solutions such as antivirus solutions, anti malware tools, host based intrusion detection or prevention systems to detect and mitigate malicious activity on individual hosts. Then we have patch management. We need to regularly update and apply patches to operating systems, applications, and firmware on hosts to address known vulnerabilities. We need to establish a patch management process that ensures timely patching across the network. Also, we need to utilize host based firewalls. This is to control inbound and outbound network traffic at the host level. Make sure to configure firewall rules to allow only necessary network connections and services. Then we have to enforce strong authentication mechanisms. This is to prevent unauthorized access to hosts. Strong authentication might include using complex passwords, using multi factor authentication, MFA, implementing account lockouts, and leveraging technologies like smart cards, biometrics, wherever it is applicable. Then we need to consider having a privilege management system. We need to implement the principle of least privilege to restrict user accounts and processes to only the necessary privileges required for their functions. We need to regularly review and update access permissions to minimize the risk of privilege escalation. We can also consider data encryption here. That is, we need to utilize encryption technologies to protect sensitive data at rest and in transit. on the host. We can implement full disk encryption or file level encryption to safeguard data stored on hosts. Use secure protocols like SSL, TLS for secure data transmission. Then we can implement application whitelisting technologies. This is to allow only approved applications to run on hosts. This helps prevent the execution of unauthorized or malicious software. Then we need to track and detect security incidents on the host. This can be done by using continuous monitoring and logging. We need to regularly review logs for suspicious activities and perform proactive threat hunting. Then we have auditing and vulnerability assessments. We need to make sure these are conducted regularly on hosts to identify weaknesses and potential security gaps and then address any identified vulnerabilities promptly. So these are the things related to the host layer in defense in depth. So that's it about defense in depth. So that's it for today, guys. I hope this video helped you understand cybersecurity better. Most of these topics, I have different videos in depth explaining about them. If you just search them in YouTube, you should be able to find them. If you don't, please leave a comment and I will try helping you with it with the link. If there is no video, I will try to make one. So leave your feedback in the comment. There'll be more videos talking in depth about, say, network security or endpoint security, application security. I will link them in the description box as and when I upload them. Thank you so much for watching. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, and share our videos. That helps us a lot. Thank you so much. Bye bye.